Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat, and everybody, welcome to HackerFrogs After School. We're going to be doing all sorts of great stuff today, and it is the first day of September. So first day of September means that over here in Canada and in America, we're also doing Labor Day. So Labor Day is a big holiday. We don't take days off over here. Well, we rarely take days off over here, but let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. So we're going to be covering 4 topics, as is per usual over here at the HackerFrogs live stream. And what are we going to be doing today? So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a little bit of gaming. So we're going to be playing The Witness. We've been working our way through this game for the last couple months now, and man, I wonder how far we've gotten into the game. But it's always a very fun time trying to figure out these puzzles, and that's the first thing we're going to be doing in today's stream. In the second hour of today's stream, we're going to be doing topic 2, which is the Leviathan CTF. So these are CTF challenges looking at Linux. So for the rest of the stream, we're going to be looking at Linux challenges. We're going to be hacking the Linux, as it were. So we're going to be doing the Leviathan challenges from OverTheWire for the second topic. That's in the second hour. And in the third hour, we're going to be doing the Sites challenge from Dockerlabs.es. So we're going to be hacking on 3 different platforms, hacking different types of Linux, I guess you could say. And for the fourth topic, we're going to be doing the Zone challenge. Actually, we're not doing the Zone challenge from Vulnyx CTF, because it turns out that I've already done that one. So we're going to be doing the Friend challenge instead. And yeah, so look forward to that. That's going to be the last topic of the day. We're going to be, hopefully it's not too difficult. We will see. Okay, so let's go ahead and start into the first topic. I will put, I don't know, let's just say we put 80 minutes on the clock so that we can have a good puzzle session with The Witness. So let's go ahead and start, and I'll put this this virtual machine, we'll put it away, and we got the Witness over here. So everybody, let's go ahead and let me resize this. I think the audio should be connected to the game already. If you can't hear the game audio, let me know. I'll also be playing a little bit of music in the background, but very, very softly. Okay, let's go ahead and continue on. So in the last episode, in the last time we played this game, we were having, what is this? Oh, we were trying to figure out these puzzles over here. We need to step on these blocks in order to activate these, and what we want to do is we want to create a shape that could be created using these Tetris blocks over here. So you see that there's so this Tetris block over here, it's this L shape, there's this other L shape, and what I thought we could do is that we could create an 8 block over here, and that's what we need to complete this level. Unfortunately, it seems that we need to, it's going to be mirrored on the other side. So if we create something that goes up here, this line that goes up here, it'll also be mirrored on this side. So we need to figure out how to how to get that going. I think we can still solve this. So all we need to do is we need to round out this corner over here, and then go down, and then out. And then we'll create this 8-block shape over here with the negative space. So let's go ahead and try that. So I think we just need to go all the way down, and then head around the corner, and then to the exit. Okay. Okay, that worked. Great. I guess I was afraid I was going to have a hard time there. Okay, and I think we can just head along the side. Nope, we can't head along this side. Okay, so we'll just head this way then. This leads to the exit. Okay, so where do we go from here? We can climb up. And this leads to... does it lead to more puzzles? Looks like we've got more hedge mage stuff over here. Didn't we already do some of these? Let's see, we can head in here. This leads up. I wonder what's up here. Okay, up at the top here, it looks like kind of complicated puzzle. Oh, what is this? These are the previous puzzles we finished. And oh my, this is a really complicated looking puzzle. This is a really complicated looking puzzle. You know what? I might come back to this a little bit later. We'll do this last before we leave this area, because I want to start off with a few easier puzzles so that I don't feel like we're spending the entire time on one puzzle. Okay, let's go down to the bottom then. So on the other side here is what? Oh, okay. So we need to solve all these puzzles. So we're going to be solving 2 really big puzzles at the end. All right, let's head on down then. Down, down, down the stairs. Okay, and let's go and solve those puzzles. It looks like we need to exit from here, so we're on the wrong side. Okay, let's head on to the other side then. Can we get to the other side? So this doesn't lead to the other side. This doesn't lead to the other side. How about here? This doesn't lead out either. Uh-oh. Oh man. So I guess my Kali Linux timed out. That's fine. So do we need to go back to the beginning of the puzzles over there? Looks like that might be the way to get over there. Is there a shortcut? Yeah, this looks like a shortcut. Okay, cool. Alright, let's head over to the other puzzles over here. And what is this? So is this just a maze we need to navigate? Okay, and looks like we've got... Is this a visual representation of the maze? No? Okay, let's head up to the top. If we head up to the top, we can take a look at what this maze looks like. Okay, so the maze is here. Let me take a screenshot of the maze, and then I can reference it when I'm solving the puzzle. So I'm just gonna get out of here. We're gonna put our put our Kali Linux machine away for right now. Nope, put it away. And let's bring up our screenshotting software. Okay, I'm just going to take a little screenshot. Okay, so after that, I'm going to bring up the screenshot, and then we'll reference it. So this is the screenshot I just took over here, and I'm going to be referencing this when I look at the puzzle. Okay, and we've got some messages. XR, hello, nice to see you here, XR. XR says, maybe you need to trace out the pathway of the route to the gate. Yeah, that's what I figured might be the case. So let's go ahead and try that. Yeah, okay. Let's go over there. So it's take a left, go to the corner. Nope, it's not. It's take a right, go around, left goes right, of course. Okay, so I'm looking at the puzzle now, and I'm also going to be referencing the picture. So I went this way, and then past here, and then up, and then around, and then over, and then up, and then to the exit like this. X metric is the game flipped, left is your left, right on the right. Okay, so this worked. So I guess that is what we're supposed to do here. Sometimes I have a hard time describing things. Sorry about that in advance. So we can also go through here, and we've got this big thing down here we can solve as well. I wonder what's down here. More puzzles. So we got this big flower garden. This is just another entrance to get to the same place. Anyways, let's go back and solve those puzzles. So where do we just come from? We came from here. Okay, so this one's done. Ronan, hello, nice to see you. Nothing down there but a wretched hive of scum and villainy. That's a great Star Wars reference. X-Metric, hello. Nice to see you here. Okay, so what are we doing? So I guess we're solving another puzzle. It looks like we need to keep track of how we solve these puzzles. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get a vantage point so I can take a screenshot. It'll make it a lot easier for me to get through afterwards. Okay. Just a second. I'm gonna go up. And I can't see this one very well. I might need to climb the other tower to get a better view. Actually, you know what? That's a really good idea, because if we need to reference these things over and over again. Okay, so we need to go up, and we need to keep on going up. Okay, so it's over here. So I'm just gonna take a big screenshot of all of these things so that I can reference these later. So let me go ahead and take that screenshot now. Okay, so screenshot taken. Now I can go down and solve the puzzles. Oh, gotta go out here. Okay, so we're doing the second puzzle now. So we need to figure out what the path is through the maze. Just a second. Let me take a look at the screenshot I took. So this is the screenshot I'm referencing right now. Yeah. All right. Let me take a look. Okay, so we enter in, and it looks like we just need to go all the way to the corner and then go down. Yeah, this seems easy enough. Go all the way to the corner. Whoa, what? Why not? Why can't we do it that way? I guess they want us to not shortcut it. If we don't shortcut it, then... Behem! Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. We're just doing some a little bit of gaming for our first thing today. And Nixie, that's a great emote. Where's that from? All right, so let's see. Go here, go up, go over, and then go up. I mean, we'll try this. Like this? Why doesn't it like that? Does it want us to go in here? I can't figure this out. There's got to be some detail I'm missing here. I mean, these are... Maybe I'm supposed to keep track of the grass. So maybe the grass here means that I can't pass it. So which means I have to go here. I mean, there's no real choice. If I can't pass the grass, then I can't take any of these paths. Or maybe I have to take the paths where the grass is growing. But the grass is basically growing everywhere. I wonder what the answer is here. So I guess maybe I can't pass over the grass while I'm solving this. Oh, from another streamer. Yeah, that makes sense. Behem, why don't you just type in !Discord and you'll get a link for the Discord. Okay, so go left, round the corner, then go around, and then go around again, and then to the exit. So go left, go around. Like this. Yeah, okay, that was it. Oh, you know what? Is it not working? Let me try myself. Okay, let me try typing in Discord. Could some other people try typing in ! Discord? Okay, so that in that case we couldn't step on the paths where the grass was growing. Seems to not be working, the store thing. Yeah, that's really strange. I might have to go into the settings and reset the bot. Just a second. Just a second, everybody. So I'm going to turn off the cloud bot, and then I'm going to restart the cloud bot. And why don't you give it a try one more time? So just type in Discord and see if it works. Oh no worries. We need to get this stuff sorted anyways. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working. You know what? I'm gonna have to go in after the stream is over and then keep on going. Okay, what are we doing? We're doing puzzles. Let's see. We just solved this one, and there's one more. This one? Okay. We need to exit over there. Huh, this one's not open. So I guess we need to solve this one first. Oh, you know what? So some of these are crunchy. So some of these steps are crunchy and some of them are soft. So this part is crunchy. This part is soft. That's crunchy. That's soft. That's soft. This is soft. That's crunchy. This is soft. This is soft. This is soft. Okay, so how am I supposed to keep track of this? Okay, let me pull up my screenshots. So this is the puzzle over here in the lower right. And actually, is this the one in the lower right? No, this is the one on the upper right. So I need to figure out the path that gets me through. This is going to be kind of tricky. Okay, I'll be drawing with my pen. While I'm going to alternate between drawing with the pen and solving it over here. Actually, you know what? Maybe I can make this a little bit smaller. Oh, that looks a little bit funky. You know what? This is all we need for the AI, for the UI. So the other part is I'm going to have my screenshot, and I guess the screenshot can be a little bit bigger. we're going to zoom in on this part over here, because this is the maze that we're dealing with. Okay, so this is the maze. Whoops. Oh man. Did I crash? Did I crash the screenshot generator? Hold on, hold on, hold on. You know, I'm gonna make a screenshot out of my screenshot. Just a second. And then it'll be much easier to deal with. Yeah, so I've got another screenshot now. Okay, so this is the screenshot of the screenshot. And so we just need to figure out, and this is also oh, can I rotate this? Yeah, I can rotate this. Let me try rotating this. Not chemo. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's see. Resize image. We can flip this, right? We can rotate. 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 Okay, so this is, oh man. This is a view of the maze that we're dealing with. Can make this a little bit, yeah. All right. OreoBite says Vulnyx later. Do you want to do a collaboration, or what are you up to today, OreoBite? Okay, so we just need to figure out what the correct path is over here. So I'm just going to wander on to the beginning of the maze. So the beginning of the maze is here. So I'm starting from the corner. From the corner, we need to turn. Turn and then turn immediately over here. Okay? I just saw it in the title. Yeah, we're going to be doing Vulnyx, we're going to be doing Dockerlabs, we're going to be doing all sorts of stuff. Okay, so let's start drawing. So where's my pen? Here's my pen. Okay, so enter the maze, immediately turn, and then immediately turn again. So I guess we get to this point, and then we need to figure out what to do from here. So I'm just going to close this up and then get back into the game. So go up. Go up and then turn right. Go up, turn right, follow the path here. So from here. Okay, so let me update the other map. So turn, I guess, go straight. And are we going left or right at this juncture here? Just a second. Let me figure it out. Well, I guess we can also start from here. So we start from here, then we go down. Why am I doing this? Why am I making things harder on myself? Okay. So if we draw from here, it is down like this. So I'm guessing this is the path. Okay, let's give it a try. So I'll take a screenshot of this. Taking screenshots of screenshots of screenshots. Close this up. Look at the new screenshot. Okay. Let's try solving the puzzle. So it's over, and then up, and then over, up, down, like this. Okay. Good thing that worked, because I wonder what the new thing is going to be after this. Okay, let me resize this. Okay, cool. What do we do with this last one then? So this is the last maze. So everything sounds the same. There's no difference in footsteps when you're walking around. So I need to notice some small details. Is there only one... Is there only one way through the maze? Okay. We need to figure out what the... So maybe... Oh, this is false. So the map over here and the actual maze are not the same. Some of these paths don't exist. So we just need to track our progress through the maze. Thank you very much for following Ghosts 11411. Thank you. Ghost 4? Okay, so let me take the screenshot and then we'll figure out what the path is through the maze. Okay, so let me get out of here. We'll take a new screenshot. So the new screenshot will be this screenshot here, but it's this last maze. And since we're coming in from the bottom, let me create a new screenshot. Okay, so new screenshot, just a second. Okay, so we got the new screenshot. It is here. And we need to turn this around because we're coming in from the opposite direction. So rotate, rotate. So we're coming in from the bottom. What is the correct path? Let me take out my pen. So the pen, we'll just get rid of what we have already. And we'll start drawing. So up, over, like this. I mean, this seems simple enough, but it could be that the actual maze doesn't have these directions. It's hard to say. Let me take a screenshot of this so that I can use this as the guide. Okay, let's go through the maze. So take a right, and then to the corner, and then up, and then around. Take your first right, take your first left, and then get out. Okay. So here, up. But we can't take this path. Wait, but what path can we take then? So we can take up and then over, then up and then zigzag, up and then over like this. Alright, why did it have to be that complicated? Alright, let's put this away and make this nice and big. Okay. Back to the game. Alright, I guess we can start solving the big puzzles now. So the big puzzles are up the top of this tower over here. Sorry if this makes people a little bit dizzy. It is... Can I go slower? No, I can't go slower. Let's try solving this one over here. So this is a maze with... We need to take the path that we took for all of the puzzles, for all the mazes. Yeah. Okay. We need to start at the bottom. We need to start in the center. But where do we exit? It doesn't tell us where we're supposed to exit. Oh, we have to exit down at the bottom here. So one of either this here or here. Well, I mean, can we just move through the puzzle any way we want? I don't think we can. We need to move through exactly the way we did it in those levels. Ghost. Ghost says, "What game is this? It looks so interesting." Yeah, this is the Witness. So the Witness. It's a very, very fun puzzle game, and if you get the opportunity to try it out, I highly recommend it. I don't think the game is on sale. It's kind of expensive. It's like $40 Canadian. It's probably something like $30 American. But you should be able to find it on sale every once in a while, which will make it a little bit easier. Okay, so we need to. I need to figure out what we did for each one of those levels. Just a second. I guess this is where we have to draw on our really big screenshot. This isn't going to be very fun. Okay, so first of all, we can take our screenshot here. So let me go ahead and take that screenshot. And then we'll start drawing on the darn thing. Okay, let me bring up the screenshot. Actually, you know what? We don't necessarily need a screenshot. We can just draw directly on this thing. Like this. So we can, what is it? We can delete everything. Like this. Then we can start drawing. So go down to the bottom, right? And then enter from the top. Enter from the top. Follow this path here, and this gets you through the maze. And then we enter the second maze. In the second maze, we needed to keep track of the grass. We needed to keep track of the grass. I'm gonna have to go back. I'm gonna have to go back and retrace the steps. Okay, what about this one? So this one was about the crunchy gravel, and this one was about the grass that was growing. But unfortunately, I can't see where the grass is from the screenshot here. So I'm gonna have to record that. I have to record that manually. All right. Let me record this screenshot first. Then we'll continue afterwards. Okay, we need to go back down. Oh, you know what? Actually, it's not that bad. It's not that bad because the solutions have already been written down. I just need to take a screenshot of each of them. Whoops. Yeah, gotta go through here. So we can just go to the end of each one of these puzzles. So for instance, this one, and then take a screenshot of this. Actually, yeah, you know what? Let me take a screenshot of this. Okay, and then we will move on to the next thing. Oops. So we got a screenshot of this one. Okay, let me take that screenshot. Okay, that screenshot's done. Let's take a screenshot of the next one. Okay. And then we just need to do the last one. Oh, it's on the other side. Okay, so just take a screenshot of this last one and then we can start solving the puzzle. Okay, all right. Well, now that we're armed with all our screenshots, we can start solving the puzzle. Up the tower we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and resize the window. And we'll bring up the screenshots. So the first screenshot is this one. This one here. This one we don't need to rotate, so that's good. And we just need to go down, then up, then around, like this. So the next one is going to be the second puzzle. So the second puzzle is this one, and yeah, we don't need to rotate this one either. So just go back into the game. Up, around, back, and now we're on to the third puzzle. So the third puzzle is this one. So this one we need to rotate this one because we exit at the bottom. Yeah, so this should be it. So third puzzle, down, over, down, around, out. And then the last puzzle. So the last puzzle we're entering from the top, so we need to bear that in mind. Okay. So last puzzle, we're entering from the top. We're exiting at the... Why does this look strange? This doesn't look like the... Okay. So there's some false paths. Wait, let me start rotating this. Okay, this makes more sense. Yeah. Alright, so we just need to go down, and then around, and then to the exit. Oh wow, okay, it worked. That was complicated. Just a second. Okay, so what did that do? That opened something up. Oh, the laser thing. Okay, so this is gonna shoot out. But there's another puzzle over here that we need to solve. How much time do we have left? We've got plenty of time. Okay. We've got another really big puzzle to solve. Huh, but we already have the laser pointing over there. Okay, let's try to figure out how to solve this puzzle. So is it basically the solutions we did for all the other puzzles? Because if that's the case, I can go and get the screenshots now, and then we can come back. Okay, let's do that. So I'm just going to grab the solutions for the other puzzles, and then we'll come back and we'll solve the big puzzle. Just a second, I need to adjust. I've got windows everywhere, and it makes it a little bit hard to see. Okay. All right, let's record these other puzzle solutions. So this is the first puzzle. First puzzle is this. Let's take a screenshot. Okay, let's move on to the next puzzle. Next puzzle is over here. Let's take the screenshot. And let's move on to the next one. Next one is over here. This is the solution. Let's take a screenshot. And then we just need to grab the screenshot for the last puzzle. Okay, here we are. That's the one. Okay, awesome. Let's see if we can solve the really big puzzle now. We have to climb up the tower. Okay, so let me configure the screen so that we can take a look at these things simultaneously. Okay, so first puzzle is this one. Okay, and where do we start? We start in the corner here. So if we start in the corner here, we have to go up one, and then around, then over, down, around, up, and then we move into the next puzzle up here. Okay, let me grab the next puzzle. Next puzzle is here. Oh, what? No! Okay, let's go back. Just have to be really careful about what I'm clicking on. Up, over, down, around, down, up into here. Okay, then we will do the next picture, which is this. So this is... How do we do this? We need to do it like this, right? Up. Oh, this is flipped. Hold on. If it's flipped, then we need to... Let me grab this picture here and flip it around. Like this. No? The white squares have to be at the bottom. How do we... So do I actually need to follow the solutions we did for the previous puzzles? Maybe we don't need to. Hold on. Maybe we can just treat it like this. But if we treat it like that, does this still... This is all isolated, right? It is isolated. Okay. So I mean, if that's the case, then we can just move on to the third puzzle. So the third puzzle is making a L shape and a 4-line shape. Let me rotate this. So this looks like more like what we have in the actual puzzle. So in this case, we're coming in from... I don't think this is gonna... I don't know if this is gonna work. So we need to make a shape like this. How do we do that? I guess we could do it like this. This makes this shape. Then we can come down here. This is tough. Because this 4 shape, I can't make this shape with what we have right now. So how do we do this? Maybe we can make the 4 shape up here and add the 8 like this. No, this doesn't work. This is tough. Because this 4 shape has to be horizontal. So we go back over here. Can we do this in a... No, we can't do it like that either. We need to isolate these white squares away from the black squares, otherwise the solution's not going to work. So the easiest way to do it would be like this. But if we do it like this, then it doesn't give us as much room to work with on the left-hand side. How about... Yeah. We have to bisect this down like this. hold on, let me take a look at the solution we have for the other for the initial puzzle. Okay, so if we got something like that, that means we have to go in like this, but this doesn't work either. I mean, it all comes back to doing something like that. And then something like this. Let's go back further. So if we go back all the way back over here, we could... I mean, this doesn't make much of a difference. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we have to hit this, and then we need to go up. We could start from here, maybe? I don't know. But what if we start completely fresh like this? Up here, then over here, then... Oh, we can't do this. Can we isolate? Yeah, I mean, this works. No, it doesn't work because the, down, up. Huh. I mean, no, this doesn't work. Like this? Okay, I mean, this kind of works. So none of the black squares are sharing area with the black squares, and white squares are sharing areas, well, they're isolated. So this works. Okay, so we just need to find a good way to create these shapes over here. So we can create in 8. Huh. This part is tough. Let me take a screenshot. Let me take a screenshot with what we have right now. Okay, we'll pull up the screenshot, and then we can start drawing on it, you know, and making a plan. Okay. Let's do that drawing. Put this all away. So here's the thing. We need to make a shape that includes this this 4 thing, and also includes these other shapes over here. So I'm gonna do a drawing, okay? So we can make an 8 shape. by combining these two blocks together like this. It is a very clean way to do it, and it'll look something like this. So we can either attach this shape over here to the top or the bottom. So we can attach it, I think we're going to have to attach it to the bottom, which means it would look like this. So if we make that L shape down here, we would have to do it like 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. And then, that's not going to work. If we do the 8 square shape or the rectangle thing over here, it completely misses this L shape. And that doesn't work. Okay, let's take it from the top. How many minutes do we have? About 20 minutes. I wonder if we can finish this in 20 minutes. Who knows? We need to do the L shape down here. Yeah, that's for sure. Well, I mean, it could also be in any other of these spots, but I mean, this is the easiest way to think of it. And then we need to attach the L shape. I guess we could attach an L shape like this. If we rotate it, yeah. And then we would attach include this thing like here. That is really messy looking. It also looks kind of impossible to do. It'd be much easier if we could somehow... Let me grab another color pencil. Okay, so we got blue. A big T. A big T? Could we do it as a big T? The problem is that we can't use this over here. I mean, I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about a shape. Ingo, I think you're talking about a shape that looks like this, right? Yeah, Ingo says, I mean, I can't interpret that. Can we do it? Can we get it inverted? If we do it inverted like this, then we don't include I don't know. Four on top. Four on top. I mean, the four on top, we can't do the four on top because we've got we don't have enough space. We can't use this area right here. An L and L like Tetris. So we got the Tetris block here, this L. And then we can add an L on top of here. Tetris on block 4x2, 4x2. Well, I mean, I see what you're talking about with the, we can combine these blocks right here because we can rotate them, and we can make an 8 block that looks like this. Yeah, the big T. I mean, So the easiest way to do, we can erase this and go back to square one. So this one can be rotated to look like this. So this will include this four block, but the 4 block always has to be horizontal. I guess we could make it horizontal like this, maybe. Yeah, I mean this kind of works. And then we need to include this block here. So this block would look like this, maybe. Sure looks kind of goofy. So what would it look like? What would it look like if we make this shape? So we go down here, down, over, down, here. Yeah, I mean this looks like it. Yeah, this looks like it works. This looks like it works. Awesome, awesome. Okay, let's give this a try. Let me screenshot this so I can use it as reference. Okay, close out this thing. And then we'll put up the screenshot. Where is it? Okay, awesome. I think we've got a winning solution. Okay, down, over, down, around, make the L shape. Haha, it worked. Wait, what does that even do? Was it an either or? Did I solve that for nothing? I feel scammed. Hold on. I feel like I just got scammed. I solved that for nothing. Oh well. Oh well. I guess we wander on to the next puzzle solving area now. Okay, let's get the heck out of here. Let's see, we did them last week down... We did them last week down there. Last week. These 4 puzzles. Yeah, we did them, we did those ones last week. And then we solved all these ones today. So we got 14 minutes. I guess what we can do is we can find the next puzzle area, and then we'll put a cap in this. Helpful Husky, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so I think we can just exit from here. And I guess... Well, I mean, where do we go from here? I guess we could wander into this area. Okay, well, this sure is pretty, but what are the puzzles here? I guess the puzzles are up there. In the trees. How do we get up there? Feels like I shouldn't be stepping on those spiky parts. How do we get up there? So there's a swamp over here. And it looks like there's more puzzle stuff. Do we need to access this area from somewhere else? Okay, so we got this shipwreck type looking place. Unfortunately, we can't cross the water here. Nope. And it doesn't look like we can pass through this way. I guess we go around. So I got this funny looking pillar over here. There's a bridge. Are you supposed to drop the drawbridge somehow? Nope. Now how do we get in here? Well, I guess we go somewhere else then. So I think we've already done this area over here with the waterfall, but we should probably check it out just in case. So you have this this bamboo-looking forest over here. Can we cross? No, we can't cross. We cannot cross. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to move around then. Okay, take the path. So there's the bamboo forest. Still can't cross. Oh, we can cross here. How do we get in here? I see a bamboo forest, but I can't get in. We've already solved these puzzles here. Yeah, we've already solved those puzzles. And I think there were a couple of puzzles down here that we didn't solve. Yeah, these ones. I think we can cross, right? So we need a 3. Okay, so this is 4. And then we can make this. Okay, so this takes us across. No, this drains the water. No, it rotates the platform. Wow, this sure is slow. Do we want to go over on that side? I don't even know. So we can't cross here. Yeah, I think we still want on that platform. Yeah, turning super slow. don't think this gets us anywhere either. What does this even get us? Anyways. We can follow this path. I mean, does this get us anywhere? Doesn't look like it. Can we do something here? Guess not. Alright, well I guess we'll just wander on back then. Looks like I'm doing a lot of wandering around. Maybe laser and this black totem. Yeah, I'm not sure. But let's find our way back to a place where we can do more puzzles. We have this hand. Oh, I'm on top of this this thing now. Okay. We can just keep on going up. Here's a shortcut. Yeah, I think we found the shortcut before. Oh, wait. What? Huh. What is this? So this is... So we need to make sure that we touch the blue things over here, and we need to make sure that... Why can't we cross? Hold on, I'm stuck now. Why was I stuck there? And I'm stuck here. Why are there invisible barriers now? There are invisible barriers that I can't move past. The yellows. So I can't move past the yellows? I can move... It seems kind of arbitrary. Okay. So, can I... I have no idea what... So, I'm always using a blue line. So I assume that I have to touch the blue squares. And we need to isolate the white square away from the black squares. But aside from that, there's some invisible barriers here. I don't know what the invisible barriers are actually doing. I mean, I'm not too sure what the logic is. Let me try touching the yellow squares instead. So touch the yellow squares. So after I touch the yellow squares, there's another invisible barrier that doesn't let me go up here. Yeah. So I can't move up here to this top row. So if I can't... I have no idea what is making it so that I can't move past these places. It's okay. We'll figure it out next time. Because I don't have all that much time to work with over here. So if we start here, we can go all the way up. But if we go all the way up there, then we can't exit on this side. So do I have to avoid touching any of the outside edges? So if I'm actually not trying to touch the outside edges, then we do. Actually, wait, I can't even... It's not about the outside edges here. I don't know what the logic is. So we can touch the outside edges here, but after we... Is it after I touch any two of the dots that we can't touch the outside edges anymore? That doesn't make sense. So touch this one. Isolate this black square. Yeah, it's not even about touching two dots in this case. So it just doesn't let me go up past here. Is there like a length restriction? No, it's not a length restriction. I don't know how this works. There's some sort of logic behind it, but I don't know how... Oribite says, what platform are you planning on working today? I don't think I've tried Dockerlabs before. Have you not tried Dockerlabs before? I use it all the time. But yeah, if you want to join along with me, I'm doing the sites challenge from Dockerlabs. Let me pull it up. So it's dockerlabs.es. Just search for sites on there. And Jason, IT Solution. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we're just going to exit from the game, and we'll be doing this next week. We're going to be solving more stuff. I'll probably find an area with puzzles before the stream starts, so that we don't have to wander around looking for puzzles during the stream. So let me quit out of here, and I'll get rid of this tool as well, the pen tool, because we're not going to be needing it anymore. Okay, Jason IT Solution says, I'm here doing your solutions from your labs, from your all the CTFs and labs from your YouTube channel from the oldest. Yeah, you're gonna see my my really unrefined video making technique, probably, Jason. But yeah, you're welcome to do that stuff. Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's switch music because this music is no good. Hold on. Okay, this is better. And let's see if we can get the audio to be a little bit louder. Always here. Awesome, awesome. Great to hear. All right, so let's get started with the next part of the stream. So topic 1 is done. Topic 2 is here. And topic 3 is on deck. Okay, so we're going to be doing the Leviathan CTF from OverTheWire. And let's see how much of this stuff we can get done. I'll put 60 minutes on the clock. And then we'll get started. Okay, let us begin. All right, so we're going to be doing some labs from OverTheWire, Leviathan. So Leviathan is a game that's kind of like it's kind of like the Bandit CTF games. And oh, the music is a bit loud. Let me turn it down a bit. Okay, that's a little better. So it says that this is difficulty 1, but I've run into some problems already. What time are you doing Dockerlabs? So we should be doing Dockerlabs in about an hour or so. So 5:30 local time for me. Okay, so let's see. We got Leviathan. We got Leviathan 0. I think we got to Leviathan level 2 in our previous session. We've been keeping track of our solutions for these levels, and we've been accessing the challenges using SSH or Secure Shell. So let me show you how we're doing this. Okay, so this is Leviathan. Let me get the SSH command that we use to access the level, as well as the password if you want to join in with us. So I highly encourage everybody to give it a try. We might be able to solve this together, that would be great. So that is the command we log in, and here's the password. So we're taking a look at this SUID binary. And when we took a look at the level, it looked like the SUID binary in the level is doing a privileged file read with bin cat to read a file specified in the command arguments. So when we try using the print file command over here, so print file is an SUID binary. In each one of these levels, we want to get access to the next level of user. So we're acting as Leviathan 2, so the user we want to target is Leviathan 3. So I'll tell you right now that I spent a long time looking at this level. We even did it for a while last week, and I took a look at the solution for this level, and it turns out that this SUID binary right here, it's using a special function, a special C function. So we see the way that it interacts with the system by using strace. So strace is a path to file. So find type F user Leviathan 3 to dev null path to file. Yeah, actually, so in each one of these levels, the passwords for the level are stored in a specific directory. So the specific directory is etc. Leviathan pass. So ultimately, the goal of each one of these levels is to get the password for the next level. So we want to access this one over here called Leviathan 2, Leviathan 3. If the tool just reads the file, does it not just read the file? Yeah, so the SUID binary, print file, and if we point it at the Leviathan pass, say Leviathan 3, Leviathan 3, it'll tell us you can't have that file. So if we take a look at the strings from print file, Zcryptor, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Oh, strings. So run strings on print file, and we actually get a lot of clues from this. Some usage, string file name. You can't have that file. Bin cat on the string. So it's running the cat command on whatever file that we give to the arguments, and when we run the strace command, we see that it's actually running this function right here. So access. So access is this is actually a function. So this is a C function. So if we go over and we do a little bit of research, C function access. So let's see. So access Linux man page. So access checks whether the calling process can access the file path name. If path name is a symbolic link, it is dereferenced. So we can't just use a symbolic link to get around this. So it's checking to see if we have sufficient access to read the file. So one thing that does work in this case is we can get around the binary by first trying to read a file that we do have access to, and then trying to read a file that we shouldn't have access to. So it's kind of funny. It's kind of a quirk of the cat binary in this case. So I think I created a temporary directory. Okay, so I didn't create that directory. I guess we can create it now. So I'm going to make a directory in temp ... Leviathan2, and then we're going to create a file that we can access in there. So echo, I don't know, something like testing to temp Leviathan2 test.txt. Okay, and then we can try reading that file using the print file SOID binary. So what we're doing in this case is what we're going to do to get around the restrictions is we're going to try to read multiple files at once. So this is something we don't usually do with the cat command. El Mexicant, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's man, where's my live stream? Just a second. Okay, but El Mexican, let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
So if we try to read two files at once, then we're going to be able to get past the restriction. It has something to do with effective user IDs and actual user IDs for how the SUID binary is treating everything. So we're going to read temp. What is it called? ... Leviathan2 test.txt, and we'll also so we get testing. We get testing, we don't get the other thing. We want the other thing. So we need to, I think what we need to do is we need to put this all in quotes. If we put it all in quotes, it says you can't have that file. Because what the print file SOID binary is just it's just a fancy way of calling the bin cat command. What if I do it in a slightly different way? So we'll move into the etc. Leviathan pass directory, and then we'll do it like this. Oh, print file. There's no print file. So this is going to be in the home directory. You can't have that file. Okay. Actually, what's in our home directory right now? So we got print file, we got a profile. So we really want to read the Leviathan 3 file. We do it like this. If we do it like this, it only gives us the first file. But we can get this to run on 2 files at once. So I'm going to do a little test. So I'm going to make another file. Let's see, echo testing2 to, I don't know, temp ... Leviathan to test2.txt. Okay, and then we'll try running this thing on both files. Test2.txt. Huh, this still only gives us the first one. Let's see if we can put this all between some quotes. What do you mean I can't have that file? Hold on, I own both of these. If I own both of these, why can't I get both of those files? Does it detect that I'm using quotes? And because I'm using quotes, that's no good? Hold on, let's move into that actual directory itself. Okay, so we got the 2 files here. Let's try using the print file here on everything. So this only gives us testing 2. What if we do test.txt and then test2.txt? It only gives us the first one. Wait. I could just let me check this thing. So running cat on multiple files. So can you cat multiple files? I mean, it should be pretty easy. You can give cat many files and it will concatenate, can combine all of them. So I mean, I can run, if I just run cat normally on this, it should work. So cat test1, test2, yeah. I mean, this works. But if we run this, it only gives us the first one. But we've got the same file permissions for both of these files. So there's no reason why it would print one but not the other. So I'm confused. And the other thing that's confusing is that if we put this between quotes, then it says you can't have that file, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Because it should be just using the cat command. I mean, what happens if we just put the entire thing between quotes? No such file or directory. Yeah, this only gets us the first one. But we really want... This only gets us the first one, but what we really want is this... Well, we really want the file with the passwords. So the file with the passwords is etc. Leviathan pass Leviathan 3. Oh, print file, right? Print file is in the home directory. So this tells us we can't have that file. If we put this between some quotes, it's still going to do the same thing, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, so the other potential solution I had for this was that we needed to... Okay. So I told everybody, I mean, I've taken a look at the solution for this level. So I'm just gonna take a look at the solution and figure out what's going on, because what I'm doing should work. So let's see, Leviathan 3, Leviathan 2, OverTheWire, right up. Okay, so this is for all of them, I assume. So we're looking at level 2, right? Okay. So running the executable print file in our home directory, we were told that we need to provide the program with the file to print, suggesting that the program may have similar functionality to cat. So let's create a directory HS in the world readable temp directory, okay? Then we'll run the print file with the path to that file. So we'll call it foo.txt. So here he creates something in a writable directory, kind of like what I did. So the obvious thing is to try to use print file to read the password for Leviathan 3, but it says you can't have that file. Okay. So let's look at the line of output detailing the permissions and owner of the print file executable. So this is an SUID binary, as indicated by this character over here, the S. So the program takes the effective user ID to be the owner's ID, in this case user Leviathan 3. This kind of file is called an SUID file. You can learn more about them over here. So why is cat not allowing us to print the contents of Leviathan pass if we are effectively Leviathan 3? So there's an exception. There's an exception in this binary that makes sure that we're not authorized to view this file in particular, Leviathan 3. So one that we can view, which is this, see how they differ. So we're running ltrace, and it's running the access function on each one of these. So it sees that we don't have access, so it prints out we can't have that file. But the access function returns true for files that we actually have access to. Okay, so it runs a function called access, and then we take a look at the man page of the file. So determine accessibility of the file. So the real user ID in place of the effective user ID, and the real group ID in place of the effective group ID. So this shouldn't let you get access to the file even if it's an SUID. Okay, so it's interesting how the access uses the real user ID rather than the effective one. You can imagine the pseudocode for this check looks something like this. So file the check equals argument 1, if access continue. So if it returns 0, continue if it's true, otherwise exit, right? So how can we bypass access and read Leviathan 3's password? The trick lies in knowing that the cat function, if passed multiple arguments, separated by spaces, will print each file's contents one after the other, concatenating them. However, the access function does not care about spaces. It treats whatever you pass it as a singular file to be checked. Essentially, this hack comes down to the fact that access will only be used to check the permission of one file. However, the cat command can be used to print the contents of multiple files. So I mean, we just tried to do that. Oh, you know what? I see the problem here. We need to create a symbolic link. That's funny. We need to create a symbolic link. Huh. So we read the symbolic link first, and then we read the actual password. Wait, what? Create a file called foo.txt bar.txt. Since we, Leviathan 2, have created this, we will pass the file access. It will be successful. After that, cat will attempt to print the contents of foo, followed by bar. Right now, we don't have a bar.txt file. We can create one. Okay, I mean, I guess we do need to use a symbolic link in this case. That's funny because I didn't think that was the case. So let's go ahead and create that symbolic link to Leviathan 3. Let's see. Let's do the symbolic link. So lns the name. I think it's the name of the linked file first. So etc Leviathan pass Leviathan 3. Etc Leviathan pass Leviathan 3, and that is going to be in the temp ... Leviathan 2. We'll call it hack.txt. Okay. So, I mean, I guess what we need to do is we need to move into our temporary directory to do this. Okay. So this is a symbolic link. We've got these other files here. And we'll try using print file. Wait, what happened? Okay. We can use link file with the print file command to read the test.txt and hack.txt. You can't have that file. That's interesting. Is it because whoa, what's going on here? Foo bar redirect to foo.txt bar.txt. Link bar.txt. So bar.txt is foo bar. Alberto Newman says, what programming languages do you know? Also, any tips for getting good at cybersecurity? Or is the best path to learn ethical hacking just by doing CTFs? I mean, I would say that doing CTFs is a pretty good way to learn about ethical hacking. What programming languages do I know? I know how to program in Python. I wouldn't call myself really great at Python. I also know a little bit about assembly language, x86 assembly. I know a bit about C, but I would say that the language that I know best is Python. But getting good at cybersecurity, it really depends on what role you want to do in cybersecurity, because the path to getting into cybersecurity really depends on what kind of job you want to get. Because the training is going to be very different depending on what specialization you want to do. So the first thing you want to answer is what kind of job do I want to do in cybersecurity? So after you answer that, then figuring out what kind of training and education you want to do, it becomes a lot easier. So foo.txt bar.txt. Let me take a look at this. So let's just try exactly what this person did. So echo HackerFrogs. And we're going to redirect that to, I don't know, hacker.txt frogs.txt. I mean, what I'm guessing is that this creates a file called, with the space in the middle, called hacker.txt frogs.txt, right? Yeah, that's kind of funny. Let's see. Alberta Newman says, honestly, I've really just watched Mr. Robot and got inspired, but in reality, I'd like to do red teaming and hacking anything, and in a negative way, legally, of course. I want to be able to hack any server, anything I see. I mean, you're probably talking about network hacking, yeah, and like pen testing. So what I would say is you probably want to start. Alberta Newman, what do you already know? So if you tell me what you already know about technology, about computer networking, about technology-related topics, then I can direct you towards some resources. So it's perfectly fine to say that you don't know anything, because then that makes my job a little bit easier, because I've got a pretty good starter pack for people who don't know any computer stuff and they want to get into cybersecurity. Okay, so hacker.txt frogs.txt. So we would point it at hack.txt and frogs.txt. So frogs.txt, I mean, let's just create it right now. Frogs.txt, let's see, HackerFrogs. Whoops, we need to redirect that. This is, I mean, this is interesting. I think we now try to create hack.txt frog.txt like this. Okay, and then let's see. Alberto says, I know how to navigate Linux shells, very little about Python, okay? And I can do very simple CTFs like nmap, scans, and search stuff, and then shell type things. I understand a decent amount of networking concepts. Thanks for being helpful and patient. No worries, no worries. So, yeah, so I can still recommend the starter pack in this case. So this is a number of playlists. So the first two playlists are training for the A+ certification. It's basically a very general IT certification, and you don't necessarily need to get the certification, you just need to get the education out of the course. So these are the first two courses are from Professor Messer, which is my recommended resource for learning about basic IT concepts. The third link is also for computer networking. No, you don't need to get the certifications, but you do need to teach yourself the stuff. Don't get the certifications if you don't want to. But the third link is for computer networking, which is also something you need to really know when you want to get into the technical part of ethical hacking and pen testing. So the last link is for easy CTF challenges. So the CTF website that I recommend for beginners is PicoCTF. And PicoCTF is a very good resource for learning about all this good stuff, and as well as Pwngot College. So this one right here. And Justin Oldman says he's just showing you where to learn the basics. I mean, you should. The basics are very important, because if you don't know the basics, you're gonna run into a lot of trouble later on. I mean, you can jump into more advanced stuff immediately, but you're going to have your lack of knowledge exposed every once in a while, and it's going to feel very embarrassing. So you definitely want to start with the basics. Okay, so let's do let's do the, what is it, print file? Print file on hack.txt frogs.txt. So this should get us the password. Yeah, okay. So so we managed to read two files in this case. So let me record this password. No worries, Justin. It's absolutely fine. Okay, so let's write up the solution for this level. Actually, before we do this, let's make the next level. So the next level, we're going to be... Whoops. Create new file. Okay, this is going to be Leviathan3.md. For each one of these levels, we need to record a few different things. So the username / password, the concept for understanding how to solve the level, and the method of solving the level. Okay, so the username here is Leviathan3, and this is the password. So the concept is probably going to be more SUID binaries, but let's just commit these first. And you know what? If you're looking for learning resources, we have a lot of learning resources on the HackerFrogs GitHub. And we also have a Discord if you want to participate in the Discord over there. So we got educational resources. These are curated lists that I created. Justin says, thank you for the pwn.college link. Yeah, pwn.college is great. It is really, really good. I would be doing all sorts of stuff there on stream, but they don't let people stream any of their stuff. But it is a very good website. But yeah, use those education resources. I hope I hope you get some good use out of them. Okay, where are we doing? Oh, we're doing a walkthrough, right? We're doing the walkthrough for Leviathan. OverTheWire, Leviathan, level... Oh, we need to rename this. Okay, everybody. We've got ads running on Twitch right now, so I need to run them on YouTube as well. Here you go. And we'll be back in 60 seconds. But in the meantime, enjoy the birds. Just need to take a little water break. We'll be back in a bit. So these are my favorite birds. These are Stellar's jays, and yeah, so they're like the West Coast version of the blue jay. They're very, very smart birds, and I enjoy sharing my bird feeder footage of these guys. Okay, what are we doing? Let's finish off the write-up for level number 2. Okay, so the SOID binary in this level does a privileged file read with bin cat. By default, it won't read any files that belong to the Leviathan 3 user, which is our target user. So what we need to do is... Alberta Newman says, sorry these links are confusing, so basically I gotta learn the concepts of A+, and the security one, and networking. I subjoined Discord, etc. Have you ever coded your own tools in Python? Why do you only do CTF? I mean, I teach CTF as a way for people to get into cybersecurity, and CTF exercises are actually very good. People say that they're not like real life, but there are CTF exercises that are more like real life, and CTF exercises that are more like, that are more like gamey kind of puzzle boxes. I mean, they're both good. You just need to understand what you're getting into before you start doing them. And sometimes you can see some reviews and stuff like that. But have I ever coded my own tools in Python? I mean, I've done my own. I've written my own Python code to solve different challenges, and yeah, we got one series of challenges that we've done walkthroughs for, write-ups. It's called the Hack My VM Temperance Challenges. So these are challenges where in each level of the game of the CTF, you need to write up some code to do a specific thing. Let me point it out. So let's see. Hack My VM Labs. Here. Ronan says this worked for me. I'm not too sure what we're talking about, Ronan. Let me take a look at that in a private browser tab, because you never know. Oh, you know what? Yeah. So Ronan points out that you can also do a race condition. You can do a race condition for this level as well. But yeah, I think we'll probably run across more race condition stuff later on in this series. But yeah, thank you very much for sharing your solution, Ronan. So what were we doing? So HMV Labs. So these are the Temperance Labs over here, and so this series of labs, it has you doing a bunch of different things to get the answers. So for example, for level 0, for this mission you'll receive a string and you should send the same string back to the server. The code to solve this level can be found here. And let me get you the playlist for what we've been doing for these challenges. So Mexican says, I wanted to share, thank you for sharing your Python essentials. It's nice and easy to study and doesn't feel like it jumps straight to unfamiliar territory. Well, thank you, Mexican. So, I mean, I'm assuming that Alberto Newman also wants to learn Python. So let's see. So the playlist over here for programming challenges. Yeah. Let me get you that. So this basically start at level 0 over here. We talk about how we write code to solve challenges. So that's the playlist. I'll just get you the solution for the first level. And what else were we talking about? We were talking about Python Essentials. So in the education resources for HackerFrogs, so we got one for programming over here. Take a look at this. So Alberto Newman, so the temperance stuff will teach you Python, but specifically for cybersecurity. It's not specifically for cybersecurity, but it is for learning how to do coding with the goal in mind. So getting the code to do a specific thing and getting it to to do that specific thing. It's an iterative process. It's something you need to learn how to. It's going to be something you're going to have to learn how to do, specifically with using specific modules. So the socket module or the request module. These are pretty common things you use to access online resources. So what I recommend for the link that I'm looking at right now, which is the programming resources on the HackerFrogs GitHub. So Python Institute, Python Essentials 1, and Python Essentials 2. These are two of the best courses, the best online courses for learning Python, and it's absolutely free. You get 70 hours of content for learning about how to use Python, and it's all very interactive and very bite-sized. It's very, very good. Mohammed, nice to see you here. Hey there, hopefully you're doing well. Thank you, Mohammed. Let me give you a Nancat. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're editing over here. So by default, it won't read any files that belong to the Leviathan 3 user. We can trick the binary into reading multiple files if we create a file that looks like that will be interpreted as two files by the cat command, which is able to read multiple files at once. Okay, so let's see. So what do? We need to create a symbolic link to the password file. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Mohammed. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. We need to create a symbolic link to the password file. So let's see, link, symbolic, etc. Leviathan pass, Leviathan 3. Yeah, just like this. Okay, and it has to have a name. So we can put it in temp Leviathan 2 frogs.txt. Okay, and then we create a regular file that we can read. And that regular file is going to be called echo HackerFrogs to temp Leviathan 2 hacker.txt. Okay, and then we can create a fake file that will fool the cat command. And how do we do that? We do it like this. So echo to, let's see, hacker.txt frogs.txt. Now that we have, actually wait, we have to do this inside of the directory we have access to. But, you know, aside from that, now we have a file that we can run with the print file binary that will output the contents of both files. and get us the password. Okay, so the command would be print file hacker.txt frogs.txt. Okay, and that's done. Great. We can move on to the next level. We don't have very much time, but hopefully we can solve that this next level in the next, what is it, 14 minutes? We'll give it a try. Okay, so if you want to join on along with us, this is the password for the next level. And SSH, we're going to access Leviathan 3. Okay, so there's a literal level 3 SUID binary here. We can just run the darn thing and see what it does. So enter the password. Test. Bzz, wrong. Okay, so we need to figure out what the password is going to be. So this is an SUID binary. We need to figure out what the password is. We can run the strings command to see if there's if the password is an actual string inside of the binary. So it runs bin sh, it looks like. Bzz, wrong, you got the shell. I don't think... I mean, there's a few different funny things that could be the password in this case. Let's try running some of our debugging commands on this. So we'll run ltrace. Permission denied. Permission denied? Okay, string compare. This thing or kkk. That's interesting. We'll try kkk and see if it works. Bzz, wrong. Okay, so let's try this one instead. I mean, it looks like it's trying to do string compare. That's funny. Oh, is it comparing this string against this string? I mean, they're not the same string, so it's always going to come out not equal, right? Okay, so I think let's take a look at the binary inside of our debugger. So we can run Radare2 on this thing. Okay, and then we can take a look at the main function of the binary. Wait. Yeah, this one. Okay, so enter the password. Do stuff. There's a function called do stuff, huh? Brian's GGS. Hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so we do a string compare. Kaka and more nothing. Okay, so, well, I mean, we want it to print the password. So enter the password. Enter the password is a string. So the string says enter the password. Printf do stuff. No worries, no worries. So Hack the Planet is on a cooldown, so you might want to try that in a couple minutes. Wait, it's not.
Hide the planet!
Thank you very much, Brian's. Okay, so call string compare. So string compare EAX. So EAX, load EAX with kaka, push EAX onto the stack. Load more nothing onto the stack. Load more nothing onto EAX and then push that onto the stack. And then do the string compare. So we're loading in. So what is going to be compared here? So let's So sometimes when you've got some assembly instructions that you want to interpret, you can go ahead and give it to our good friends, I don't know, Claude AI. And let's see. Okay, so what is this assembly code doing? So it's a string comparison function, okay? So the code is calling string compare more nothing and kaka, where the first argument is a string variable, and the second argument is another string variable. Okay, so if string compare this is true, then the strings are equal, otherwise the strings are different. I mean, this will never equate true, because we're just comparing these two things. So our user input is actually not relevant in this case. Yeah. So either provide the correct input to make string compared equal to 0, or let's see. So what are we supposed to overflow the buffer in this case? Okay, so Alberto says, so what I've learned from you on how to be Mr. Robot. To be Mr. Robot. Do you want to become Mr. Robot? Mr. Robot had some pretty big problems in his life. Okay, so do the CompTIA stuff. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know the stuff from A+, you should learn the stuff from A+. It's not super technical stuff, but it does give you a good understanding of a bunch of different types of technology. So learn the CompTIA stuff. Yeah, A+ should work. A+ and then Network+. So A+ and Network+, that's basically all you need to know to do your beginner level pen testing stuff. Because you do need to know a basic amount of computer networking to do technical, ethical hacking stuff. Okay, then do a 30 or 40-hour course on Disco. I mean, you don't need to necessarily know. You don't need to be a Python master to do ethical hacking. You do need to know how to do how to read and write basic scripts using Python. If you do the entire course over at Cisco with the Python Essentials, that's great, and you might fall in love with programming. I mean, a lot of people think that programming is really cool. Some people learn just the basics. It's all fine. Alberto also says, what about bug bounties and CTFs? Well, CTFs help you learn all sorts of skills inside of cybersecurity. So there are CTFs that teach you network pen testing stuff. There's CTFs that teach you how to do digital forensics, and CTFs that teach you how to learn reverse engineering. CTFs are basically they're basically learning exercises. They're not like some. It's just whenever you hear the word CTF, just substitute in the word cybersecurity education exercise, and it's a lot less confusing. Okay, so I don't know, Jack, great. just jumped straight to Kali on a VM and learned the tools. Just realized I need to know how computers and the internet works, so I learned the basic protocols. Not enough. That's fine. I mean, I basically did the same thing. I started messing around with Kali Linux, and then I realized there was a lot of stuff I didn't know, so I decided to go back and learn the basics. But I mean, I'm glad that you have the enthusiasm. It's all about being passionate about what you're learning. But yeah, so what I would recommend is keep on learning that stuff, and you might find it's a little bit boring because you gotta do a lot of book learning. The good thing is that most of the YouTube videos they're pretty short. They're usually under 20 minutes. Some of them are under 10 minutes. You just watch them when you have some time, take some notes. Make sure to take lots of notes. And so the other thing that I recommended was the Pico CTF playlist. So the playlist is over here. It's got 103 videos now. And just go through the exercises there. Make yourself an account over at picoctf.org. Oh, sorry, picoctf.net, and try doing the exercises without watching the videos first. But if you get stuck, go and watch a walkthrough video. Maybe you'll learn some new concepts. So the first few shouldn't be super difficult, but if you go through the entire list, you're going to learn a lot of skills from a lot of different cybersecurity categories. Okay, Jasper, I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. In the face of generative AI, how can I bolster my own learning and not rely on these programs? Because I find myself turning to prompts when I cannot solve the problem within a short window I give myself. So when you're doing CTFs, it's fine to use the LLMs to help you out. But what you should do is you should try it out yourself first. You don't necessarily need to, grind away for like hours and hours on the same problem. Here's the thing. If you have an exercise over here, say this one over here, it's called password crack. It's a challenge from, Pico CTF. Just a second. So say you've got this challenge right here. So this challenge right here, you're supposed to take a look at the script, run the script, try to get a password out of the script. If you can't do it, don't look up the answer right away, but you can look up the answer eventually if you're really, really stuck. Because some people will say that, you only get good if you just grind away on a problem for hours and hours. That's not the way I look at it. If you've given a lot of effort to something and you still haven't gotten the answer, go and look up the answer. Look at the answer, learn something. If it's something that you didn't know before, there's no way you would have learned it. There's no way you would have learned it on your own. Then take it as a learning experience. Take your notes, learn something, move on to the next exercise. Don't get hung up on anything. But yeah, that includes the generative AI. You can try to get the generative AI to help you out if you've already given it a good shot and you still haven't been able to get the answer. But that's my answer. That's my long-winded answer for your question. Okay, so it looks like what we need to do is we need to do a buffer overflow. So let's I think we need to do a buffer overflow so that we can overwrite the variables inside the binary. No other YouTuber would be willing to give me this much info. You're the goat or the frog, whatever you want. I mean, go. I mean, that's great. If I can give you some good advice, then I'm doing my job because I'm supposed to be a cybersecurity educator. Okay, that's it for this part of the stream. I think we could do another 5 minutes. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to buffer overflow this binary here. So run the binary. And I'll try giving a really long string here. I think what we should do is we should run the ltrace on this as well. So we'll run ltrace. So the string compare is this against this. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much input we need to do to overflow this binary. String compared AAAA. Huh. That's interesting. Hold on. String compare AAAA with SNL printf. SNL printf. Larvine, hello! Nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. We're just trying to see if we can get this... Let's see if we can get this done before we have to do our... Okay, so SNL print is still here. Let's see if we can just provide a lot of input here. Okay, so what is actually going to run the bin sh thing? Let's go back. So Radara 2 debug on level 3. Okay, and let's. I found a funny looking binary, or a funny looking function inside the binary here. It was called do stuff. So let's see, where was it? String compare fgets do stuff. dbg do stuff. Okay, so let's take a look at dbg do stuff to see if it's actually doing some weird stuff. Let's see. Alberta says, not to be rude, interrupt your schedule, but could you do something I might understand? Not something boring to do, I still know a decent amount. If that's you have your schedule, worth an ask. Do you want me to do like a walkthrough for something? I mean, do you have an example? Okay, so let's see, this is do stuff. Do stuff, we want to look for the instruction that gets you the shell. You got shell. So you got shell. It runs bin sh. Yeah, this is all good. But how do we get it to go here? So test EAX. No, you know what? Alberto, we're going to be doing a CTF exercise in just a little bit. Is that memory? You got shell. So push string you got shell. Yeah, or a little Python course on how to use socket module. Got a little specific. Maybe the Mr. Robot Try Hack Me CTF or coding a reverse shell. Yeah. It's let's go ahead and stop this. We'll come back to this exercise next week, and we'll try to get our stuff. Exit. Okay, so we're going to be doing an exercise over here. So Alberto, if you've got Kali Linux and you find a way to, if you figure out how to install Docker on Kali Linux, you could do these exercises too. We're going to be using a platform called Dockerlabs. Giuseppe, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about some Desert Frog? Okay, so the okay, I need to switch my topic. So the topic is going to be topic 2 is done, topic 3 is here, topic 4 is on deck. Okay, so we're doing the Dockerlabs challenge. So the Dockerlabs, this one is called Sites, and let me download the Dockerlabs machine here. So Dockerlabs is a website where you can download vulnerable Docker containers and then deploy them on your Linux machine. And then after they're deployed, you can do hacking against them. So these are technically CTF box exercises. It's basically a boot to root. You will download the vulnerable machine. You will deploy the vulnerable machine, and then you will hack against the vulnerable machine until you get root access. Not sure if you want to turn into a collab. Maybe we can do a collab later on, but we can just hack against the same thing. It's fine. Okay, so I downloaded the machine, and need to access this from the downloads directory. So the machine is called sites.zip. So this is the file that we just downloaded. How do I deploy the vulnerable machine without an ISO image? So these are Dockerlabs containers. These are Docker containers, rather. So you download the container, and then you unzip it. Unzip the zip file here. So after it's unzipped, you're going to have a tar file here. You're going to have a tar file, and you're also going to have a script that deploys the Docker machine. So you just need to make the script executable. And they need to run the script with the tar file. So autodeploy.sh and then sites.tar. So after that, the Docker container is going to deploy onto your Kali Linux machine. So Docker containers are basically they're kind of like micro virtual machines that run on your own host machine. So in this case, the Docker container is kind of like it's its own Linux machine that's running on top of your host machine. In this case, it's Kali Linux. So after the Docker container is deployed, it is we can access it by using this IP address. Yeah, it's like a mini virtual machine that you run on top of your own machine. So I actually have I've got a bunch of tutorials for Dockerlabs machines as well on the YouTube channel. Yeah, Dockerlabs challenges. I've got 11 of those. So if you wanted to try a few of these out yourself, maybe do a couple of walkthroughs, try it out yourself. That's where you'd do it. Okay, so this is the IP address here. We're going to do some Nmap port scanning. So Nmap. It's going to let you know what ports and services are available on a remote server, and in this case there are 2 ports open. So 2 ports, 2 services. The first one is SSH, which is remote login, and the second one is port 80, which is unencrypted web pages. Sir Walter the Troll says, wanted to try hacking, where should I start and what resources can help me begin? I'm going to look very closely now, and Yeah, just give me a shout out if you're lost and you don't understand what's going on. There's a lot of the stuff that we do on Dockerlabs is also going to be web app hacking. So, Sir Walter the Troll, let me give you the starter pack. So the first two courses, the first two YouTube playlists there are going to be they're going to be for a course called A+. So A+ is basic IT knowledge stuff. You want to get yourself familiar with that, and you also want to teach yourself some basic computer networking skills. So that's the third link, computer networking, and the last link, the fourth link, is going to be for easy cybersecurity challenges. You can do all three at once. You can do the A+ course. You can take a look at the stuff for the Network Plus course, and you can take a look at the stuff for the easy CTF challenges, which are little cybersecurity exercises. And yeah, do it all at once, and you should be able to pick up a lot of great little tips and tricks. Okay, so there's port 80 over here, and we can actually interact with this web page by visiting it. So we can go over to our web browser, and because the machine is deployed on our own box here, we can go over to the IP address, and this is a default page. This doesn't help us at all. Okay, so Alberto says, I got the nmap scan, verbose output, script scan, all 65k ports, etc. Why do you run that scan combo? Also, you can speak Spanish. I mean, I can't speak Spanish, but I've got this great thing called Google Translate. So if you've noticed that, oh sorry, where was it? Dockerlabs. Dockerlabs is a Spanish website, and all the stuff on the website is in Spanish. But if we come across any Spanish, we can just translate it, and it's fine. This website is actually created by a very popular Spanish YouTube creator for cybersecurity content, and his name is El Pingüino de Mario. So if you are a Spanish speaker, you might want to try looking at his stuff. Okay, so what were we doing? Okay, we got this Apache default page. So if you create a website on Linux and you don't put anything on your website, you're going to see this, the Apache default page. Sometimes these kind of CTF exercises will leave some hints on the page, sometimes in the web page source. So we're just going to check the web page source to see if there's anything that'll help us out here. Because if there isn't, then we need to do some enumeration. So web app enumeration means scanning the website. And we're just going to go over to our web app enumeration page. We're going to use a couple of very simple and common web app enumeration tools like Derb. So Derb is going to look for specific endpoints on the website. It doesn't give us very much. We can also run a Nikto scan. Nikto is a very old web app vulnerability scanner, but sometimes we can get some good stuff out of it. So when we do any web scanning, we need to make sure that we include HTTP:// so that the program knows that we're talking about the website. Okay, I don't see anything here. All right. So let's run a legitimate directory busting tool. So this tool is called GoBuster, and GoBuster is pretty commonly used in these kind of CTF environments. We're going to do a directory busting attack. We're going to look for a bunch of different. Thank the Lord I was born Mexican. I mean, it does give you access to all that great Spanish media content. Yeah, so you can watch, you can read Spanish books and watch Spanish movies and all that other great stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this directory busting scan, and we'll see if we can identify any endpoints on the target. So we got index.html. He has some really great content on pen testing. I wish I could. Maybe I should watch those videos. I can I can translate the content and start reading the subtitles. Okay, so index.html, we found that. We didn't find anything else. We should probably... We can try looking at... some random user on this box. So, one problem that comes with using Docker images is that they use the same IP address over and over again, which can run into some problems. We don't know root's password, so I guess we're not getting anything here. Aether1988 says you prefer GoBuster over FFUF. I mean, use whatever tool works. GoBuster is good for... I use FFUF... I don't use FFUF for general directory busting, but I do use it for specific attacks. Okay, so we found vulnerable.php. There's a page called vulnerable.php on the server. We found that using GoBuster because we're looking for specific, what was it? File extensions. So stuff like PHP, stuff like TXT, HTML, zipback, JS. So there's a page called vulnerable.php on here. We might as well take a look. Totally safe PHP, of course. We wouldn't trust any website that didn't do stuff completely safe. Vulnerable.php. Please provide a page or username. Wow. Alberto says, got it so far, what's enumeration? Like subdomain directory enumeration. So enumeration is just a fancy word that means searching for something or looking for something. So enumeration just means finding all the stuff. GoBuster, is it like Hydra but for web pages? So yeah, actually, you know what? Hydra and GoBuster are technically both brute forcing tools. They're both actually brute forcing tools, but directory busting, we don't view it as brute forcing, but it actually is brute forcing. Learning about the target, yeah. And Lokia says cliche. Well, we found some vulnerable web page. So it says, please provide a page or username. So, I mean, page or username. So this is an example of, what are they called? URL parameters. So it looks like we need to provide a URL parameter to this page. I don't know, page equals index.html. And it looks like we're getting an error message. Linux being the cool nerdy underdog is passé. Is it? I mean, I'm not too sure. I mean, we're doing, Linux hacking over here. If you're not interested in Linux hacking, that's okay. That's okay. I mean, we also do Windows hacking every once in a while, but we're not very good at Windows hacking. Let's see. Oreobyte says, alright, getting started. Alberto says, gonna need to watch a bug bounty course. I mean, before you watch a bug bounty course, you can just teach yourself some basics of... learning web app security stuff. Unlokia says, just a pile of silicone and bytes. I mean, all computer operating systems run kind of similarly. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true. Okay, so sites available, sites enabled. We got this, what does this say? Preventing local file inclusion vulnerabilities. Mac OS is where sanity resides. Mac OS is where sanity resides. So, Unlucky, are you saying that Mac OS is the only secure operating system? Or Mac OS is the only good operating system? I'm not too sure what you're trying to say here. Okay, so the local file inclusion, I mean, this is pointing us towards local file inclusion as the vulnerability. And I guess, well, I mean, here's the thing. Unlock it. Even if you think that that Mac OS is the ultimate OS, if Mac OS is running a web server, then you're still using web server vulnerabilities to hack the website. Okay, so site settings in Apache and prevention of LFI vulnerabilities. So I mean this file defines a virtual host for the domain sitiochingon.com. What? This must be some sort of Spanish thing. Hold on. Show original. That's Spanish, yeah. sitiochingon.com. Does that mean like awesome website or something? So we can go over to, I don't know, translate. Cool place. Okay, okay. Awesome site. Awesome site. Yeah, so if we've got a, if we have a website domain name, we can add this to our local host, our host file rather, so that this site can resolve normally. And the way we do that is like this. So we're just going to edit the etc host file on our machine. Oreobyte says, when you finish Dockerlabs, is there anywhere to put the flags? Most of the time, it's kind of hit or miss whether or not there are going to be flags. So most of the time I don't bother with flags for the Dockerlabs machines. Okay, so www.sitiochingon.com, and I guess we can also just define this as well. So whenever we try to access this website, it'll resolve to this IP address. So we're just going to save that out, and we're going to try looking at, well, let's go and try to look at the website over here. sitiochingon.com. Maybe we need to do www. Okay, so I mean, this is all we got. So we got a server admin. Huh. So we've also got some information about the server administrator. We've got an email. So we might have to use this email. We have got a... Okay, so let's catch up with chat. Defus says, I bought my first MacBook today. You can't even deactivate the webcam easily. There's no hardware manager or such. There's already much more that I found that I don't like. Not that everything is bad, it's really snappy, but Apple fans are just delulu when they say it's perfect. Okay, and Alberta says, what is this GNU Nano stuff? I understood the directory busting, but I'm not totally lost. What do you do after the Go Buster stuff? Aqua says, hey, long time no see, what are we doing today? So we're just doing, we're doing the site machine from Dockerlabs. So Dockerlabs over here, look up site. Why did you leave vulnerable.php? Oh, I left vulnerable.php because I wanted to add the domain to my etc host file. So okay. So Alberto, we used the Nano program. Nano is a text editor. It's a text editor. We're editing the host file, and the host file basically lets your computer know what domains and what domains it's going to resolve to specific IP addresses. So, for example, it's going to So localhost is going to resolve to 127.0.0.1, which is pretty standard. And well, in this case, HackerFrogs is also going to resolve to the same IP address. And we got the name of the website, which is sitiochingon.com, and we're going to resolve that to the box's IP address, which is 172.17.02. Okay, so what are we doing now? So we're pretty sure that there is a local file inclusion vulnerability on the website because they talk about it over here. So local file inclusion is a web app vulnerability where you get to read web server files, and we just need to figure out how we're going to do that. Okay, so Balmung says, late to the party, glad to see you on, appreciate the streams. They got me motivated to finish my OSCP labs. Awesome. So it seems like there's a page and a user param. So let's see, is there, I mean, page. How about user? Hello index.html. So it just, I mean, I don't know. It's just going to echo out whatever you give to it here. Seems like there's a page and a user parameter. So user parameter, that was indicated by, yeah. Can we do an escape? Okay, so this is just echoing out stuff to us. I mean, if it's just echoing out stuff to us, can we give it mathematics? 7 times 7? No, it doesn't do the math for us. It would be nice if it did the math for us. Hold on, I need to play some new music. How about some StarCraft? What is the password to get into your VM's machine on HackMyVM? The username and passwords. To get into your VM machines on HackMyVM, they don't give it to you. So JMoney, hello, nice to see you here on Twitch. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. But so they don't give you a username and password to get into those machines, and that's on purpose. Okay, so let's figure out if the page URL parameter is vulnerable to local file inclusion. It is vulnerable to local file inclusion. So local file inclusion is a web app vulnerability which lets you read local web server files if you know where they are. And yeah, local file inclusion time. It seems like something that we did another machine that had local file inclusion last time. Okay, so the great thing is that I've subscribed on Proving Grounds yesterday and started solving the known OSCP practice list. Probably going to do the second attempt next month or the month after. It's vulnerable to filter chain. I didn't. Oh man, filter chain, huh? Okay, so OreoBite, if you wanna join in along with us for the next thing, we're going to be doing this machine over here. It's called Friends on Vulnyx.com. There's the link. Vulnerable to filter chain. I mean, Defus had it right when he said that most of the stuff that's vulnerable to local file inclusion is also vulnerable to filter chain. So filter chain attacks are basically, well, I mean, it is kind of complicated, but it's basically, how do we explain this? What are PHP filter chain attacks? Sorry, lost again. What is the local file inclusion vuln, and how does it What does it mean and how is it a vulnerability? I think I've got a video that talks exactly about this. So let's see. I think I can find like a YouTube video that I did that talks about this. It's a very hefty hacking technique, that's true. Let's see if... Okay, so this over here, this is a very well-known CTF called OverTheWire Natus, and this video will talk all about local file inclusion. It's a way of reading out files on the server which you normally shouldn't be able to see. Okay, so I mean, do we do a filter chains attack? It's like you have a website that allows you to access pages that you're not supposed to. It's a website that lets you read the stuff that's on the actual computer, not just the stuff that's on the website. Okay, so if we've got filter chains, let me talk about the filter chains, because it's kind of complicated. So PHP filter chains are a technique that that will hack PHP's built-in stream filters to achieve code execution. Typically in scenarios we have control over a file path but cannot directly write PHP code to the file system. PHP has a built-in streams filter that can transform data as it's written or read or written. These can be chained together using the PHP filter wrapper, okay? So the attack chains multiple filters together to transform existing content into valid PHP code, generate arbitrary PHP payloads without writing files, bypass file upload restrictions and WAF protections, and yeah. So basically, if you're able to do a local file inclusion attack on a web server, then you're usually able to do a PHP filter chains attack. Diva says PHP was vulnerable to this almost all the time, but it was just found 3 or 4 years ago. So it is actually something that something that existed inside of PHP all this time, but they only discovered how to take advantage of this relatively recently. Okay, so let's see if I can do the filter chains attack. So the filter chains attack is Oreo Bite says, "Hacker man, I'm in." Yup. Let's see if we can also get in. Let me... Okay. I've got my notes. I got my notes from another machine over here that we did the same attack on. So it's very important to take good notes when you learn about cybersecurity, because you're gonna want to reproduce stuff that you've already seen before. Okay, so let me write a little payload. So over here, I'm just going to write a payload. Oh, that's a really big payload. Okay, everybody, we're going to take a little water break. I just need to have a little drink. But in the meantime, please enjoy the birds. There's a cute little bird. We'll be back in about 20 seconds, just need to have a little water break. Okay. All right, let's. So I'm just going to I'm just going to change up the payload that I wrote for the other machine to match the environment over here. So vulnerable.php, we're going to use our filter, and we're going to create a very simple web shell. We create the simple web shell, and then we're going to run a very simple whoami command. Okay, we're going to save. It is CTO Chingon, right? Let's take a look at etc host just to make sure. ctochingon.com, okay. Sever says it's a peacock. It's not exactly a peacock. It's got kind of similar colors. Okay, Alberto says, how do you learn to hack machines like you did just now? Lots and lots of practice. Lots and lots and lots of practice. Okay, so let's take a look at test.txt. So this is the big payload that we're going to send to the server. And if it's successful, then we will run the whoami command on the server. So let's try. It says provide a page or username. Oh, okay. Sorry, I misspelled. Done with the box. What's next? If you want to get started, early, OreoBite, you could always take a look at. What the friends box from Vulnyx. So this one right here. Okay, so what are we looking at? So we are the www data user. From here, we can run code execution. We could probably get a reverse shell off of this. So let's see. So localhost services, remote access. So we can prepare our reverse shell here. So we'll run rl wrap with netcat, and so the easiest thing to do is to upload something to the target. So in this case, we're gonna use MSF Venom to create a reverse shell payload, or reverse shell binary that we're going to run. We need to make sure that we have the correct localhost, or the correct host. The correct host and port number. When we do this command here, we create a binary that we're going to upload to the vulnerable machine. Okay, and then we're going to host the file by using the Python HTTP server module, and this is going to serve everything that's in our current directory, which is the temp directory. This means that the vulnerable machine can download this from our attacker machine, and we're just going to do it with this command right here. So the command is going to be, actually, let's make sure that there's wget. So there's wget on the machine. We checked. Vulnyx, you submit the flags on Discord, right? I think so. I think you submit the flags on Discord. I don't really submit stuff if it's not on the website itself. For Hack My VM, you definitely submit those directly on the website. Okay, so we can wget HTTP our server reverse.elf. Okay. It's a single Python command that's so useful, everybody should memorize it. Python command, are you talking about the shell stabilization? Or something else? Okay, then we run lsla, and let's see, vulnerable.php, we got... Looks like we didn't download the thing. Where's my reverse.elf? Okay, so we downloaded the thing, but it didn't write to the directory. So I'm thinking that we don't have write permissions to this directory. This user doesn't have it. So we're just gonna run the wget command again, but we're gonna output it to a different directory. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay, so we download it again. Alias is easier. Alias is easier. Oh, Python, yeah, right. The HTTP server. It's pretty good. How long does it take for the Dockerlab to shut down once you're done? Dockerlabs? So after you're finished, you can just do Control-C to terminate the thing. It should take, like, I don't know, less than 10 seconds. If it's taken a long time, you can just, you know, kill the process. Okay, so let's see if it ended up in the right directory. So it's here. Reverse.elf is here, so we just need to give it the proper permissions, and then we can execute it. So we're just going to, what is it? chmod 777 on temp reverse.elf, and then execute the darn thing. Okay, Frackery says, if I can't install apps on the computer, but I can get a Python shell, if I need to exfil, that Python command is my go-to. You just need to keep in mind that when you're running the Python... Did I? No, I didn't get my reverse shell. Huh. Why didn't I get my reverse shell? Hold on. So this, we got all of the permissions here. I think I ran into this last time too. So let's see. Okay, I did run the thing. I mean, if I ran the thing, I should be getting a reverse shell callback. But I didn't catch my reverse shell. Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to use another... Maybe I need to use another command. Okay, well, I guess the last resort is to just go to revshells.com and try all the reverse shells in the world. Yeah, the other thing I need to do is I need to make sure that I have the correct IP address. So this is the Docker network. It should be this IP address. Probably asked a lot, but what are CTF skills used in real jobs? CTF skills used in real jobs... Yeah, I mean, it certainly does depend on the job. But what job are you talking about? Are you talking about like pen testing jobs? Or are you talking about digital forensics jobs? It really depends on the job. Yeah. Okay, so reverse on elf. Let's see what technologies are available. So we can just check over here. Which something something. So which netcat? There's no netcat. So no netcat. Which Python? So there's definitely PHP. Yeah, I guess we could use PHP. I guess we could use PHP to get the reverse shell. Okay, so we got, let's see. Let's just do a PHP reverse shell. This one. Okay, this is port 80. It's not, we're not doing port 80. Okay. So this is what we're dealing with. Do we just feed it this directly? I mean, we might be able to. We might need to do some URL encoding on the payload, but let's see what happens when we feed it this. Bash I? Maybe. Okay, this payload didn't work. Let me try URL encoding it. I mean, bash I is the most straightforward one. Maybe we'll try that next. URL encode. Paste in the command, URL encode it. So the reason why we have to do URL encoding, what do you... Yeah, sure, buddy. Okay, copy that. The reason why sometimes we have to do URL encoding is because sometimes the website or the web server doesn't like to deal with special characters. The type of special characters that we see in these. Yes. Okay, I've got code execution. All right, awesome. Who am I? I'm WWData. So let's call out Scary Hacker Voice Man and talk about how we broke in. Seems like bash I is stable on Dockerlabs, but I just did wget. Huh. That's I don't think I've done that one before, OreoByte. Okay, let's call in Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about this. So if you're so Alberto, if you're still watching, you might get a kick out of this.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Sites Administrator, it seems like your pages are vulnerable to local file inclusion. That is a big mistake. We managed to take advantage of local file inclusion and then do a PHP filter attack. From there, it was trivial to enumerate the system and then run a payload that gave us a reverse shell. Maybe you knew about the security flaws on your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Alberto said, my head poked up when I heard reverse shell. I know enough stuff. Sometimes feels like playing with the wrong answer until it works. My favorite part, I love F Society. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead. Sorry, I need to bring up my... Where's my timer? Just a second, everybody. It's my timer. Okay, and... Okay, so from here, we need to upgrade our shell. Just glad my last thing I put online is doing well. Oh yeah, OreoByte, I meant to react to your YouTube video. Okay, OreoByte, if you wanna plug your latest YouTube video, why don't you leave it in chat? So OreoByte also does, OreoByte also streams. Let's give OreoByte a shout out. There you go. Alright, so we can use Python 3 to upgrade our shell with this command right here. So import pty, pty.spawn, bin bash. If you do a lot of CTF exercises, this command right here will become second nature, because you're going to be using it a lot. So every time you use netcat to get a shell, it's not very stable. It doesn't have very much functionality, but if you partially upgrade your shell using Python, you're going to be able to get a lot more functionality out of it. I notice you went to a random site for URL encoding. What's your thoughts on CyberChef? It's my go-to for URL encoding, base64, etc., etc. Dan Mulvey, hello, nice to see you here on Twitch. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a special redeem. How about a Devil's Bedroom?
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Okay, so let's see. How did you do the PHP filter RCE? What is the payload? Yeah, so there's a very common GitHub repository you can use for creating those payloads. Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay, so PHP filter chain GitHub. So it's basically, yeah, filter chain generator. So it's basically a Python script that you can use to create different filter chains. Yeah, so you can, well, I mean, you can get the Python script that creates the payload over here. Okay, let's go ahead and finish off this box. Okay, so www.data user, we don't have a password, so I guess we can't get in that way.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so there's a chocolate user, and I guess we might have to do lateral privilege escalation to become the chocolate user before becoming the root user. Frackery says nice, but Sneakers is better. I actually haven't seen Sneakers before, so I should probably go and check it out sooner or later. But yeah, I watched War Games for the first time maybe a few months ago. It's actually a pretty good movie, especially considering that it came out in 1984. Swordfish. MSEC, you certainly have good taste. MSEC. Persona Management says, I love the stream so much, I hope everybody has a spectacular day. Thank you very much, Persona Management. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's find the SUID binaries. So let's see. Perm minus 4000. Dev null. Okay, so node. This is an unusual SUID binary. So Sneakers embodies the hacker ethos. I need to watch it. I need to watch it. So user bin node is an unusual SUID binary. SUID binaries are basically binaries that run with the permissions of their file owner, in which most of the case for these SUID binaries, the owner is going to be root, which means that these binaries run with root permissions. Shaihan, I'm going to go off now. I'm going to make do with the knowledge that you've bestowed upon me. Next time you see me, I'll be better at CTFs and cybersecurity. Have a good one. See you in the Discord. Yeah. Let's give you a fun... Let's play you out with Keyboard Cat, because it's an ancient meme. Okay, OreoBite seems to imply that he found another privilege escalation option, but most of the time, when you find an unusual sudo command or an unusual SUID binary, you can go to this website over here, GTFO bins, and look it up. It'll tell you the method we use to take advantage of these binaries. So node, we've got SUID. So SUID, if the binary has SUID bit set, it does not drop privileges. So we can spawn a sh shell. We're just gonna run that. No such file or directory. Oh. Yeah, just run node. Who am I? We're root! Hey! We're root now, everybody. Too bad I turned off the machine. It's not that exciting a hack, but I'm root.
I'm system root.
Okay, so now that we're root, we can wander into the root directory. There are no flags. Yeah, there are no flags for this. We've pwned the system. Okay, so we're just gonna leave a little note for the system administrators in the form of a file called graffiti.txt. So we leave it in the root directory, which means that we had access to root. Shyhead says, you missed a password in the directory where you get the shell if you want to do the other method. Oh, you mean the web directory. Yeah. MSec. Hey, welcome to this. You know, MSec also streams. Let's give a shout out to MSec. MSec, I haven't seen you streaming for a while. Do you? I guess work has been pretty busy. But yeah. Oh, and if you want to find some cool people who do cybersecurity content on Twitch and YouTube, you can go to infosecstreams.com. Been hiding, no worries. Streaming takes streaming's harder than you think it is. But yeah, you can go to this channel. It's got a bunch of great cybersecurity creators. They've got their Twitch channels, they've got their YouTube channels, and I'm the only person online right now. But that's fine. Okay, so we'll leave a little message for the system administrator. Hello, sites admin. We are the HackerFrogs, and we just hacked you. You thought that we wouldn't find the vulnerable.php page and test the bejesus out of it? Think again. We found LFI on the page, then went to town using PHP filter chain attacks to run system commands. We also found your insecure node binary and use that to get root access. Better luck next time. And thanks for the access. Smiley face. Hopped all around the system. I mean, we didn't do all that much hopping, but yeah. So the fact that we left the graffiti file here in the root directory means we got the highest level user access. Okay, so we're done. Okay, so let's go ahead and start our next exercise then. Oh, you know what? Just in time. Let's put 90 minutes on the clock, and then we can do the final part of today's stream. Okay, so we're just going to exit out of here. So Dockerlabs will shut this down. So topic 3 is done, and topic 4 is here. So topic 4 is the Friends Challenge from the Vulnyx website. So Vulnyx is a website where you can download virtual machines and do hacking against them. So if you go to this link, you can download this virtual machine and then do hacking against it. It does require you that you know how to create virtual machines using something like VirtualBox or VMware. It's you need a little bit of technical know-how to get this set up. But I think, well, I mean, I've got a video that talks about how to do that as well. This one right here. So installing VirtualBox and creating Kali Linux virtual machine. Here's the link. Okay, so let's go ahead and start up the challenge. So I've got my VirtualBox over here. My VirtualBox manager, I've got all sorts of virtual machines. The one we're using today is called Friends. I'm just going to start that up. The box is safe. I mean, Vulnyx is... I think they include checksums. So MD5 checksums that you can check against. over here. So let's see. Let's take a look at the card. And yeah, show MD5 hash. So you've got an MD5 hash over here that you can compare it against to make sure that the box hasn't been tampered with. And if you've configured this correctly, there should be an IP address that appears immediately after you deploy the machine. So that's the IP address we're going to be hacking against. The machine is in our network, so it should be the great thing about hacking against machines on your virtual machine network is that all the scans are going to come back super fast. Because there's no latency, because they're on the same network. If you have to VPN into somebody else's network to use their virtual machines, then the scans could go super slow. Okay, so it looks like there is a database that is exposed to the internet. Or exposed to the network, rather. Okay, so we did our Nmap scan, and we've got port 22, which is SSH. We've got port 80, which is unencrypted web pages, and we've got port 3306, which is MySQL, which is a database management system. In this case, it's MariaDB version this. It doesn't tell us which version it is necessarily. That's a pretty big range. Neems asks, is this Pico CTF? No, it's not Pico CTF. This is Vulnyx. So, wait, Neems, haven't you done Vulnyx machines before? But yeah, this is the friend's machine from Vulnyx. Okay, so we know that this machine has a web page, so we might as well take a look at the web page real fast to see if there's something super interesting that we should be looking out for. Importing, hope the machine doesn't fall over. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if we have any problems with that. Okay, so wow, Beavis and Butthead. I haven't seen these guys in a long time. So these guys used to be really popular in the 90s. I guess the early 2000s as well, but yeah, it's an old MTV show. It's trying to do all the low difficulty machines to build skill. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad way to do it. I hope you're taking a lot of good notes. And we've got ads running on Twitch. So run them on YouTube. And we'll also put on some birds. How about we put on these birds? Hey, here's 2 woodpeckers for the price of 1. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Neem says, all I see is port 22 and HTTP open on like every Vulnyx machine. I mean, it's pretty common. It's pretty common. You're gonna see a lot of web ports, and I mean that's okay. You need to learn how to do web app hacking. It does get kind of tiresome after a while when you see that everything is port 80. But I mean, very often when you're hacking against Linux systems, they're gonna have some sort of web page. Okay, let's put the birds away. Okay, so you got Beavis and Butthead here, and you know what? Let's take a look at the webpage source. So there's nothing here except for image.jpg. I mean, I guess we could download this thing because there might be something hiding inside. So we're just gonna do a download. So wget, actually we shouldn't do it here. We'll do it over here. Okay, we got the JPEG here. We could run some really quick steganography tools. So stegseek on image.jpg. Okay, didn't find a valid passphrase. We could also do an exif tool. Check on it to make sure that there's nothing inside. In the metadata, nothing here. And we can run as strings. I mean, we don't see anything super out of the ordinary here. Not stego. Not stego. Yeah, it doesn't look like stego. Okay, so the next thing we can do is we could do some web app enumeration. So we're just gonna, we shouldn't skip. We should do it one by one. So we'll run Nicto, we'll run Nicto, we'll run Derb. The Vulnyx boxes are stream safe. Nobody's ever complained to me about the Vulnyx boxes, or doing videos on the Vulnyx boxes. I mean, I guess, what was the size of the image file? Inetsola, hello, nice to see you here. The size of the image file was 1.5 gigabytes. Yeah, 1.5. Frackery says I should stream again. Yeah, what's stopping you? We need more people in the. We need more people in the cybersecurity space. So Derb, more people to do cybersecurity streams. Index.php. Okay, so this is a PHP page. It's a PHP page. Oh, okay. So if this is index.php, we could look for all sorts of other. It's the computer is an old ThinkPad. Orabytes thing says, I mean, I hope it's not Stego. I used to like Stego, but it just runs. I've got 5 tools. It doesn't feel like hacking, since hacks can be done in multiple different tools and methods. I mean, it is something that real life is hard. It's hard to say that it's true to real life, but okay, let's do the legitimate directory busting attack. Okay, so the Go Buster. Just need to swap out the IP address. You got index.php, okay, and then so because this is a PHP page, it can be enumerated for local file inclusion. Stego, like many things, doesn't seem like it's going away, but not sure how I feel about it. I mean, you may not like it, but it is a thing that you need to look out for. It's kind of a pain in the butt, but you know what? Not everything's going to be super fun. So what are we doing here? I think we should do some FFUF. So let's see. This is a type of brute force attack. We don't need a request file in this case. Burp parameter names. We need to provide a URL. In this case, it's going to be, I don't know, index.php. I didn't do this on purpose, but this might be two local file inclusion attacks on the same day. Okay, so what are we looking for? We're looking to filter out the size 269. And it looks like we couldn't find anything. Okay, what about some other stuff? So index.php didn't manage to find anything. So our brute force attack here, index.php fuzz equals something something. I guess another thing we could do is we could just use some curl on this page to see if there are any unusual response headers. Okay, I don't see any unusual response headers here. This is 200 okay. What else could we take a look at? We've got this version of MariaDB on here as well. Just gonna check. Okay, so MariaDB, I don't know, this version. What is this? MariaDB 5551 code execution? I don't know, could it be that easy? Alright, let's investigate this. Let's take a look at the script. Remote root code execution. I mean, these are all great words. This is a limited version of the POC exploit. MySQL remote root code execution. I mean, we need to provide a valid I'm assuming we need to use a valid root account credentials to get this working, so I'm not too sure whether or not this is what we want to do. But we didn't find anything else. And all we've got is... Okay, well... Let's try accessing this thing as the root user. Okay, I think we need to provide our host. Our host is this. Enter password, none. I mean, I guess we could also brute force the password. In which case, I mean, okay. Let's play some new music. Then we'll get to brute forcing that password. TLS SSL error. SSL is required, but the server does not support it. What? TLS SSL is required, but the server does not support it. Okay. I mean, there was a flag that we were using just now, right? What was it called? SSL. Ignore SSL. MySQL ignore SSL. Here. SSL mode disabled. Unknown variable my SSL mode and disabled. Okay, so I guess we need to look that up. SSL verify server cert. SSL. Where's the check mark? Skip SSL verify server cert. What else? It is SSL verify server cert equals off, not false. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that brute force attack. So the brute force attack, we can do it with Hydra. Let's see. Hydra. I'm pretty sure I've done this pretty recently. History, grep, Hydra. Grep, MySQL. Okay, so this is the command here, Hydra. So in this case, we're looking for the root user. And we're going to provide a password list. So the password list we're going to use is good old rocku.txt. So rocku.txt is, what is the word? 14 million of the most common passwords. We're going to be comparing that against the and trying to brute force into the root account. So let's get that IP address and then we can get going. Okay. It's going. So we will come back to this later. Darknet Diaries is a great episode on RockU. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So everybody, if you don't know about the very popular Darknet Diaries podcast, this is what got me into cybersecurity. This is one of the things that got me into cybersecurity. Just, stories about hackers being hackers and cybersecurity and breaches, malware, all that other good stuff. The upload schedule has slowed down over time, but I'm pretty sure this is probably the most popular cybersecurity podcast out right now. It's NPR for hackers, kind of. And it's been out for, I don't know, over 7 years. It's a pretty old podcast at this point. Jack covers everything, pretty much. Okay, so this is going. So I don't know if this is actually how we're supposed to do it. This is a brute force attack. I guess we can do another brute force attack on the web page, because I'm not convinced that what other word list could we use? So sometimes the word list that you use when you do web app enumeration is really big. Sometimes the word lists are are really, really, really important when you're doing brute forcing attacks. So what else could we use? I'm pretty sure there was sec lists. Okay, so locate sec lists. These are the word lists from the sec lists repository. So we're looking for directory lists. Web shells, not usernames, not payloads, not patterns, not passwords. Default credentials, nope. Man, there's sure is a lot of these things. Default credentials, common credentials, Zato, passwords, still passwords, huh? Miscellaneous grep dir. I probably should have done that. Web stuff, source code, security questions. Wow, I have no idea. Okay, so let's. Okay, so combined directories, common directories, directory lists, 2.3 medium and all that other good stuff. Combined directories? I mean, this should be pretty big, right? Schools. Okay. This is a much bigger list than directory list medium. So server status, okay, sure. Brute force, did we find something? We didn't find something yet. But it's going. What else could we look at? This is it, huh? Just these guys? Could there be anything hiding on this page? So there's an image.jpg. Image.jpg. Maybe we should be looking for just two guys chilling. Just two guys chilling. Maybe we should be looking for JPEG files as well, because there are other there's at least one JPEG file. Yeah, we found image.jpg. Image directory. I mean, there's no image directory. It's directly on the web root here. The fact that this is a PHP page makes me think that it could be vulnerable to something. We've already tried. I guess we could try more. Yeah, I mean, I guess friends. We could try this. What would it even be? Dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash. It's not gonna be this easy. Nope. Still going. So this thing is a, what was it? Root remote code execution. Let's try running it. Missing parameter to print. Oh, is this really old? This is Python 2. That is unexpected. No module named MySQL connector. That's funny. This is a Python 2 script. I mean, are we dealing with stuff that's that old, really? Happy 28th birthday to Nmap. May it live to be 128. But Python 2 was just yesterday. Oh wait. Yeah, Python 2 was... I don't know. I mean, I wasn't around for Python 2. By the time I got here, it was already Python 3. Okay, so... Protocol 10, version this thing. Let's try checking on the internet. Okay. Python 2 was good, it was everywhere. I mean, I think Python 2 is pretty good. Okay, so this is the database. I mean, this is the same thing we're looking at. Yeah, so the CVE is from 2016. 2016 was a decade ago. Well, more than a decade ago. No! Okay. How do we run this thing? argparse, MySQL connector, bin ASCII, subprocess. The thing is that it's hard to run these old scripts. Let's see. I guess we could do a conversion. So there's a tool called 2 to 3. 2 to 3. Is it called Python 2 to 3? Or is it called 2 to 3 or something? What Apache version was that error page? So the error page, it's not this one. Wasn't this one. Not this one. Nor this one. Where'd I put that darn thing? Here it is. So Apache 2456. 2456. That's a funny number. Okay, we can do some research. Whoops. So if this version is old, then this version could also be old. Not in this case. Okay, so we were looking up a tool that converts Python 2 to Python 3. Two to 3 tool. It's a Python program designed to automatically convert Python 2 code to Python 3 code. Yeah, 2 to 3. I mean, I don't think it's installed by default on Kali Linux. 2 to 3 not found. So let's see. Sudo apt install 2 to 3. Unable to locate package. Okay, so locate the 2 to 3 script. Oh, it's a script. Oh, okay. So do we need to... Is it in here? Ghidra, Python libraries, bin 2 to 3, PT 2 to 3? Is that what it's called now? Okay, so how do we run this thing? Dash help. So PyTables 2. PyTables. Okay, this isn't what we want. We just want Python 2 to 3. PT 2 to 3. Not what we want. Bash completions 2 to 3. What is this thing? Use tool called AI. Maybe. I generally like to run tools before we run 2 to 3, 2.7. Oh. I mean, could this be it? The AI, yeah, I mean, we could use AI to do that, to do the thing as well. Okay, let's do help. Okay, well, Google had, Masterism says Google had your answer with PyDocs. PyDocs? Automated Python 2 to 3 code translation. Okay, so this is a Python code deprecated since version 3.11, will be removed in 3.13. Library 2 to 3 module was marked pending for deprecation. Okay. 2 to 3 example.py. Let's try getting the AI to do this. Let's see. So just copy it all. It's a pretty beefy, it's a pretty long script. Whoop. Okay. All right, let's feed this in. Try grok. Well, we'll give this a try first. The script from Python 2 to Python 3 for a CTF exercise. Please don't think that we're doing illegal hacking. Okay, what's going on? Is it writing? We got ads. Okay, so let's go ahead and put on some ads. We're just working on some stuff anyhow. Okay, enjoy the birds. We'll be back in 30 seconds. Just need to have a little bit of water. So Ronan is suggesting grok. I mean, does grok complain when you try to get it to do hacking stuff? We called those ones flying rats. Well, I mean, sparrows are everywhere, yeah, but sparrows are okay in their own way. I used to like them a lot less, but you know what? They're at least they're okay. They're okay. Let's put them away. Let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. All right, so it didn't go. Let's try grok. Let's try grok just for fun. Grok AI. Is it here? Grok.com. Great. Do we need to log in? I hope we don't need to log in. Okay, so Grok is here. Please convert this script from Python 2 to Python 3. We need to copy this again. Hold on. You found something without or with creds confused. So we need the root. We need the root MySQL account to do this. We're still brute forcing the root MySQL account over here. Grok is doing its thing. Hopefully, it gives us an answer. That'd be nice. Okay, so it just huh. I mean, is this gonna work? Oh, it's still writing it. Okay. I guess I will copy it. Let's see if this works. Okay, so let's run the script. No module named MySQL. No module named MySQL. So what's this at the... It should be at the top. So it could be that I need to install some stuff. MySQL dot connector. Is that the common syntax? MySQL dot connector? Python module MySQL dot connector. So the MySQL dot connector module is the official MySQL connector for Python. Okay, so that's a weird way to name it, though. Don't you just need pip to install the SQL package? Yeah, I hate interacting. I hate interacting with Python dependencies and stuff. So let me see. Pip2. I mean, I converted it over to Python 3. So I'm going to make a Python virtual environment here. And then activate the virtual environment. And then, yeah, so we activated the virtual environment. Then we can pip install whatever we want. MySQL.connector. Is that the name of the thing? Okay, apparently that's the actual name of the thing. MySQL.connector. Fun. Fun, fun, fun. Okay, so we installed that. Are there any other libraries that we need to install? So usage, db user, db pass, db name, db host, myCNF. Okay. So we need to supply db user, db pass, db name, db host, and my CNF. Okay, well, oh man, this is supposed to be an easy machine. I don't understand why it's this difficult. I guess there must be something really easy that I'm missing here. And let's put on another 90 minutes. If we're not done in 90 minutes, then we're gonna have to. Did you fuzz it? I mean, I think I fuzzed it okay. What is this stuff? Oh, all these dot stuff. Yeah, so that's all gonna come out with some error messages. Slash dot index.php. Okay, let me check it out. It's just more of this. Image.jpg. There must be something I'm really missing here. Let's do an nmap scan just on the MySQL port. What ports are open? So auth plugin name, MySQL native password. Status auto commit. I mean, I can't tell if we actually succeeded with this stuff or not. You know what? Just for fun, I'm gonna ask for some advice from our friendly AI because we've been at this for a while. All right. What does this CTF nmap output tell us? Have we tried connected to it using MySQL? Yeah, but the problem is we don't have a password for any of the accounts. Mm-hmm. You can search for known vulnerabilities. Yeah, okay. The protocol being version, this is standard for modern MySQL MariaDB. Admin password. Admin password? Could it be that easy? Hold on. Well, it's not password. Is it root? Is it tour? Is it admin? Is it friends? Okay. So thread, a unique identifier for your connection. Capability flags. Supports load data local. This capability allows the load data local SQL statement, which can be abused to read arbitrary files from the client machine. Okay. Support 41 auth supports the older, more vulnerable password hashing mechanism. Supports multiple statements. Allows sending multiple statements in a single string. Okay. This is authentication challenge salt. This specifies the authentication method. This is the default native password hashing method. Let's take a look over here. What user are you brute forcing? Is there a default password? MySQL, MySQL. Really? Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, not in this case. Admin, root with a blank password. Okay, it's still brute forcing. I don't think it's gonna brute force the password out at this rate. Hint? Ronan, are you offering to give me a hint? Or are you saying, are there any hints? I'm not too sure how to interpret that. Let's see. Let's take a look at the card. So this is DataSec. This is one of the, well, DataSec is the main administrator for the Vulnyx website, I'm pretty sure. If you want to give me a hint, sure, I'll take a hint. I've been working at this for a while. So friends, what's the difficulty? This is supposed to be an easy box. It's not super friendly. Is it easy? No way. I mean, there might be something that I'm really missing here that is going to make me shake my head. Okay, let's try just the SSH service, because the SSH service might be old. It doesn't look old. Nope. Yeah, OpenSSH is not usually vulnerable. Ronan says, what username can it be? If you take the hint from the site. If you take the hint from the name from the site. Friends, Beavis, or Butthead. These are two friends. Their names are Beavis and Butthead. I mean, what do we got? Okay, so let's create a users list. Beavis. I think this is how you spell his name. Let me double check that spelling. Yeah, that's how you spell his name. Okay, so we'll do... Instead of using root, we'll use users.txt. Okay, so now we're not attacking the root user anymore. We're attacking the Beavis and Butthead users. Okay, well, I mean, it's going pretty fast. Okay, so Ronan says, what username can it be if you've taken the hint from the name of the site? So, I mean, it also could be friends. So if this doesn't come back super soon, we'll quit out and we'll try using the friends user instead. I mean, I guess the other thing we could do is we could start attacking the SSH, but I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to be attacking the SSH with brute force. That's not usually the way it goes on these boxes. There's no robots.txt. Yeah, there's no sitemaps.xml. SSH brute doesn't work because the key required prevents or whatever configuration just tried. Yeah, no worries, no worries. It used to be Beavis and Butthead alternating, but why does it become just Butthead? And why is there root in here? Hold on, hold on. Yeah, so it went from alternating between Beavis and Butthead, and then later on it just becomes Butthead. Why is that? Okay, let's stop attacking with Beavis and Butthead. We'll just try friends. Because that is what is on the website, right? The website is called Friends. Yeah. Ronan says no. No? Am I attacking the wrong thing? Okay, so what else could we do? I mean, I'm pretty sure maybe we can try another program. Okay, so keep going. Okay. I'll take the advice. But maybe we won't use Hydra. Maybe we'll use Encrack instead. Okay, so where is my IP address? Here it is. Okay, so Encrack. Why? Okay, Encrack did the got the job done, but why was? Okay, we have credentials. Rock and roll. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, AC/DC and Metallica shirts. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Why didn't Hydra work? So here's the thing. This is why I don't like Hydra. Hydra does all of very fast, yeah. So I mean that's why I like Encrack sometimes. I'll just stop this. Beavis rock and roll. So I mean, is the reason why it didn't work because I was going too fast? If I went at 4 threads instead, would it work? Sometimes if you go too fast, there can be a problem. Oh wait. You gotta do capital L. Yeah. Alright. So we know that it's Beavis and rock and roll. Okay, so which show? Odimo, hello, nice to see you here. You doing good? Well, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere, whereas we were not getting somewhere before. Show databases. Okay, we got friends, we got MySQL performance schema. So friends is what we're looking for. Let's see. So use friends. Okay, and then show tables. You got users, okay. Select star from users. We got Beavis and Butthead. We got their... Well, I mean... What are these credentials for? We haven't been able to find a login page. Okay, so we were told about a certain vulnerability. Huh. Still can't find it, huh? Okay, so... So we got Beavis and this password, and then we got Butthead and the other password. So let's try logging in as Butthead on the MySQL server. SSH? Maybe, but I want to try MySQL first. Okay, so that's not... Let's try SSH. Oh, denied. Okay, so I mean, OreoByte said that we need to use something else. Okay, so we were told about a specific vulnerability by our good friend DeepSeek. So this one right here. Yeah. In certain misconfigurations with social engineering, it can be used to read files on the server. Okay, so how can we read files on the server with this configuration setting? Okay, so the key point of the confusion. Balmung!
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Thank you very much for redeeming all the things. Drink all the booze and hack all the things. That's what we do. Okay, so normal operation, a MySQL client connects to a MySQL server. The client can send a load data local in file query to ask the server to read a file from the local's file system and import it. This is a legitimate feature for bulk importing data. Okay. So for this attack to work against the target, a few conditions must be met. So this needs to be enabled. We need a way to trigger a client connection. Okay, so SQL injection, an insert or update query where you can control a value that gets passed to the function like load file or connect. Practical guide using a popular tool. Download the Rogue MySQL server tool. Clone the repository. Configure the malicious server. Start the Rogue server on your machine. I mean, I've never done this, so if this is actually the way in, it is something that we're learning. So, Rogue MySQL server. Okay, let's see if we can find it on our file system. So let's look for Rogue. Can't find it here. Let's see if we can find it with Google. Rogue SQL server, GitHub. Rogue MySQL server, okay, it's here. Is this the original one? Can't tell. Okay, edit script and change file to read, import server, run the script and connect to your server for read file from the client side. Read mysql.log for read file content. Okay, so this is a Python script. Wait. Do we just need to run the Python script or do we need this PHP file? Okay, so what do we got from GIFs? Often included in Kali Linux are available on GitHub. GIFs. GIFs? I mean, we're looking at another user. Rogue MySQL server. GitHub, GIFs. This is the one that was recommended over here. So the other one was from 8 years ago. This one's from 12 years ago. I mean, I don't know. I mean, let's use this one from 8 years ago. It's at least a little bit more recent. Let's copy all that stuff and create Rogue server. Let's see, nano mysql rogue server.py. Okay. So can we just run this? Oh, we need to use more more Python modules. Async chat, async hat. Okay. I think we've got our virtual environment over here. Pip install. Whoops. Uh-oh. It's not what I wanted to do. Pip install. Let's take a look at that thing. This. So pip install this. Huh. Could not find a version that satisfies the requirement. No matching distribution found for asyn chat. Let's see. Control C or Control I can be your friend. Control I for clear the screen. Control C, yeah. Okay, so that was the one from this repository. So this was the recommend repository. But this is very likely to be Python 2 because it's from 12 years ago. Let's see what the print functions are like. So there's no I don't see anything that prints in here. That's fun. That's funny. Control capital L, yeah, to clear. All right, let's copy this. Let's just get rid of all this because we're trying the other script now. Hopefully it doesn't have a bunch of stuff that we need to install. Oh, you know what? I mean, the problem here might be because this is a Python 2 script. And the Python 2 has these modules, and Python 3 doesn't have these modules. So that might be the fundamental difference here. So we can try running Python 2. Yeah. So if we run Python 2, it doesn't complain, but if we run Python 3, it complains. So this is obviously a Python 2 script. Okay, so how do we run this script then? So if we're running Python 2, let's take a look at how to run the thing. It doesn't teach you how to run the thing. I guess that Python Claude told you how. Okay, let's take a look at Claude. I mean, in this case it was DeepSeek, but same thing. Okay, configure, edit the Python file. The critical part is the file list variable. Yeah, okay. So this tells the rogue server which files to request from the client, connecting client. Run the script. Must run it on the port that the target can reach, usually 3306. Audimo says, I think async hat is part of async core. Okay. You need to do this. Find your IP, okay? Trigger the connect to you. I mean, the funny thing is that I and then P. So I guess we need an IP address, we need whatever. Okay. Readme equals hi. Yeah, basically. What are you doing now? What's my IP address? So my IP address is this one right here on ETH1. So your VPN IP is 192.168.212.4. We'll run this on port, whatever the heck that is. My SQL rogue server something something. Is it running? I can't tell if it's running or not. Okay, so I mean, it looks like it's running. The problem is that this thing doesn't give us any output. I hate I hate scripts that don't tell you what the heck is going on. They just, you know, they just don't give any message. I think it's running. So what are we supposed to do next? So trigger the vulnerability. Example via SQL injection hypothetical. Imagine you found the SQLi in the web app on the target. You can inject a query that causes the database to call a function that connects to your server. Select MySQL connect. Wait, does this function actually exist? Okay, Masterism says, might have been what the PHP file was for in the forked GitHub. Maybe. Let's take a look. Okay. So the PHP file is... Oh, so this is our configuration? I don't know. Let's try running this thing. Okay, so this is the command. So our IP address is, I think this is it. Function does not exist. MySQL connect does not exist. There's got to be a tutorial or something. I mean, otherwise, there might be... How do we get our user permissions? MySQL... Okay, so how do we get our user permissions for MySQL? Show grants. Show grants for this. How can I show a user's privileges in MySQL? Show grants for user. Show grants for user. Is this what we're looking for? Okay. So do we do it like this then? Grant all privileges. Grants for... Grant all privileges. I mean, if we have all privileges, can we just use MariaDB to... Can we just use this to read files? Or spawn a shell? Yeah. So this should be we should be able to do whatever we want here. Okay, it's been... I don't attack MySQL a lot, so I guess I'll ask some questions to our good old AI friend. And our AI friend got stuck. That's fine. Okay, so it looks like... Actually, before we do this, I should probably go over to something like HackTricks. It might be a better place to look. So either HackTricks or what was it? Hacker Recipes. These are both really good sites for looking up technologies for hacking stuff. Where's the search bar? I can just look it up here. 3306. Yeah, MySQL. Okay, so basic information, connect, local, remote, external enumeration, write any binary data, MySQL commands, get a shell with the MySQL client user. I mean, this doesn't always work, but I guess we could give this a try. Yeah, that doesn't work. This is not... We are connected to... Yeah, we're connected to this. So friends, MySQL. Read and write. You need file read privilege to read and write to files. Read and write to files. I mean, if we actually have file write capabilities, then we could create a web shell, right? Something like this. Okay, and let's craft this payload. So this out file is going to be different. Let's put this in /var www.html, and we'll call it webshell.php. Okay. So what version of MariaDB might have missed it? I think, let's see. There was a specific command to get the version, right? MySQL version command. So the version command is MySQL -- version. Wait, how do you do it from inside, though? Select version. Okay, let's give this a go. Yeah, so this is the version 10.5.19 MariaDB. I mean, MariaDB and MySQL share most of their commands. There's a couple of commands that are different, but most of them are the same. What were we doing? We're creating our little webshell.php. Let's see if this works. You can't write to file, permission denied. Okay, so we can't write to a file. How about reading to files? Or how about reading files in general? HackTricks. Okay, read and write. So load file. So we can try loading a file. So if we just try loading a common file, we could do var, no, we could do etc password. Okay, that works. So I think what we want to do is we want to read an SSH key. So we want to read, I don't know, home beavis .ssh ID RSA. Okay, so there's no ID RSA for Beavis. What about Butthead? Okay, so maybe we can't maybe we can't read those files. How about the var www index html index.php. Okay, so print for more rock and roll, visit Metallica. Oh, interesting. I mean, yeah. So we've got a lead on an extra. What is it called? An extra endpoint. So the endpoint is going to be here. Where is it? So we weren't able to read that. Okay, so this is the Metallica endpoint. So, I mean, is this index.php? This is not index.php. Is this index.html? This is index.html. Yeah, okay, so we can read this. Well, I mean, if it's index.html, we... okay. I guess we could do some directory busting again. So we know this endpoint exists. So we can go in with our GoBuster. Okay, so we're just going to leave this running for a while. We don't need combined directories, we'll just use good old directory list 2.3 medium. Okay, so we just leave this running for a while. So we definitely have we've got file read, but what else could we be doing? Okay, we don't need this one or this one necessarily. Here. Okay, so let's see. Read and write. Try to change the MySQL root password. Huh. MySQL permissions enumeration. So show grants for user, show grants for root at localhost, show grants for current user. Were there any other users in etc password? I don't think there were. I don't think there were. So there's Beavis, there's Butthead, and there's root. I didn't see any other really regular user accounts. Okay, so We've only managed to find index.html, but I mean, we might be able to find some other files too if we look long enough. Okay, so let's get the grants for the current user. So grant all privileges. I mean, we have all the privileges. How come we can't write files? I guess nobody can write files? MySQL file RCE into out file. MySQL arbitrary read file by client. Okay, so I mean, we can't list the directories. That's the unfortunate thing. We can read files if we know where they are, but the only file we know about is index.html inside of that hidden directory. And because this is an HTML file, what are some other important files that we could potentially read? We could try reading the etc shadow file. It's unlikely we'd be able to. Yeah, doesn't work. So the other thing is, can we just read directories? Usually that's not the case. We can't read directories. We have to read specific files. Specific files. Okay, so they also talk about changing the root user's password. Let's see, ACDC, 4CDC, CDC, are these potential passwords? Oh, you know what? The root user might have these passwords, yeah. Hold on. Let's get out of here. Let's take a look at the credentials. So the credentials here, we could try using these for the root user. So butthead. We also have Beavis. Okay, so that is not, it's not Butthead. Is it Beavis? Is it Rock and Roll? Like a Metallica folder, maybe? Maybe. Nope. Okay, so let's get back in as Beavis. Maybe we can change the root user's password. Okay. Invalid tables or columns or functions or definer invoker or of view lack rights to use them. So I guess we can't do this. Oh, you know what? There's also the MySQL table. We can take a look at it. Yeah. Show databases. Use MySQL. Show tables. So we have a user table in here as well. So let's select star from user. Yeah, we've got our users in here. Okay, let's make everything super small so that when we run this, we can actually read something. So localhost super priv. Huh. Let's make this even smaller. Oh, I can't read that. I can barely read this. Okay, so we got... So Beavis and MySQL and... Okay, let's make this a lot bigger. Actually, you know what? Maybe we could read this if... Actually, I have no idea. So localhost Beavis, localhost MySQL. SQL config files for creds maybe? Didn't look at that part. SQL config files for creds. So where are the MySQL configuration files? So this is going to be etc my .cnf or MySQL.cnf. Okay. All right, let's give it a try. Okay, what do we got? Import all CNF files from the configuration directory here. MariaDB.conf. Okay. Well, we can try looking here. Oh, no, this is a directory. Okay. The other thing we could do is we could try looking for more... We weren't able to find anything, but... Oh, you know what? So this picture right here might have some stuff in it. This one. Let's try copying the image link, and we'll run some steganography tools on this thing. So image.gif. So image.gif, exif tools. Okay, I don't see anything in here. Let's run strings on it. Okay, don't see anything. Let's try 10. Yeah, don't see any interesting strings. But which tool do you run on GIF files? Okay, let's look this up. Steganography. Okay, so GIF steganography is... What tool do I use for hiding text in image / GIFs? Oh, good old Reddit. Let's see if Reddit has the answers. What is it? This video. Oh, videos. Okay, let's let's ask the AI. Okay, what steganography tools handle GIF files? Come on. Okay, so steg solve. Steg solve? Steg hide. I mean, maybe steg seek works. Edwin Seb says, what are all the open ports? So there's 2280 and 3306, which is the MySQL port. Steg seek image dot GIF. File format is not supported. Not supported. Okay, steg hide. Unknown command. Not supported. Okay, so it says steg solve. Steg solve. Not found. Steg solve, steg hide. Oh, there was a website. There was a website for steganography. I don't remember what the name of it was, though. Aparisolve. Aparisolve. Yeah, some people have recommended Aparisolve. Did you try scanning all the ports? Yeah, we've we scanned all the ports. Temp directory. Image.gif. Okay, submit. I mean, we could try. Why does it give us HTTP error 413? Let's reload it. Try it again. Is this box really easy? Good question. I mean, I will figure it out. HTTP error. Okay. Steg online image steganography tool for embedding through least significant byte techniques. Concealing information in plain sight. I mean, the other thing we could do is we could run binwalk on this thing. Let's see, binwalk on image.gif. Okay, And I mean, it doesn't say that there's anything in here. Foremost. Auto.txt and GIF. XDG open. Not all frames of the GIF were loaded. Okay. I mean, we could try just looking at this thing. Some sites rating is not right. Let's just try opening this thing up. Maybe there's something important that we need to pay attention to. I don't think so. Looks pretty simple to me. Thank you very much, Treves Suku. Please let me know how to pronounce your name. I don't think I pronounced it correctly. But welcome to the HackerFrogs. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some war games?
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so I think there was a steganography resources. Actually, GitHub. I saw something on GitHub that talked about this stuff. Steganography, GitHub topics, steganography online, steganography tool, a collection of steganography tools. So I've looked at this GitHub before. Okay, let's take a look and search for GIFs. Stego Veritas. StegoVeritas.py. Is there any other? StegPy. So StegPy and Stego Veritas. Steg Online. Well, I mean, I don't know. We'll try this. Okay, so full red, full green, full blue, inverse, LSB half, extract files and data, all this other stuff. I don't, Can we brute force this thing? I don't think we can. Okay, let's switch up our music to something super dramatic. CTF checklist. Okay, so check its type, strings, do strings, exif stuff, bin walk, PNG check, PNG check. LSB data, check RGB values, found a password, check color palette. It's kind of disappointing that we weren't able to find anything inside this directory except for that rocker GIF file. Ronan says, "I looked at the next step. Is it something that we should expect, or is it something not reasonable?" Conf.d, MariaDB. Not stag, okay. I don't think the GIF has anything to do with it, but he can give it a try, I guess. Not stag. Well, I mean, not stag is a good hint. The other thing that I was going to look into was names of other common SSH keys. Okay, so aside from ID RSA, what are some common SSH private key names? So I've come across a couple of standard SSH key types. So let's see. So RSA keys, ECDSA keys. We could give this a shot. So just try to look for these files inside of Beavis and Butthead's directories. So home beavis.sh and then the name of this file. Nope. We can try looking in Butthead's directory. And try looking for our ID RSA. Okay, so what else can we look for here? So we can look for 256. 256 would be pretty common. There's also these keys, these keys. Yeah. Okay. Let's give it a try. Okay. I mean, we found credentials. We found credentials for these users. But where do we use them? Oh, why are we still brute forcing here? So we found some credentials here. The question is, where do we use them? We can't use this for SSH because SSH doesn't allow us to use SSH doesn't allow us to log in with the password. The SSH configuration on this box is that you're not allowed to use a password to log in. So that's where I decided to try looking for SSH keys, SSH private keys. And that doesn't seem to be working out. Maybe I'm not looking hard enough. So it's usually in .sh, home username .sh, something something. Oh, you know what? We could also look for other common files. So instead of looking for SSH, we could look for bash history. So no bash history for Butthead. How about Beavis? Okay, no bash history here. So let's take a look at the etc. password file one more time. So home Beavis, home Butthead, they're both bin bash people. Root, I mean the it's kind of a stretch to read root's SSH password. Yeah. That wasn't going to work. What are some other important files for Okay, let's go back to Hack Tricks. So Hack Tricks says you could try. Let's go down. Here's another thing. We could also, one thing that I've never tried before is I've never tried SQL map with legitimate credentials. So if you have credentials, I mean, I'm assuming that you could use credentials with SQL map and you could just get it to do stuff. Connecting directly to database with credentials in SQL map. Is this something we can do? I have the credentials of a target website database and my SQL map, and SQL map claims that you can connect to the database directly, and here are my commands. Yeah? But this is the error I get every time. Access denied for user using password yes. Okay, we got some answers. Credentials for MySQL include not only a username and password, but also a set of allowed IP addresses. So even if we have the correct username and password, but the connection is established from a not allowed IP, we get an access denied error. So to illustrate this problem, I shall set up a test database. Okay, so let's try this. Okay. So we got the credentials. It's Beavis, rock and roll. And we know that the database is called Friends. We just need to get our IP address. Where is it? There it is. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, so, I mean, we connected. So if we connected, what else could we do? We could try dumping everything. Enumerate database thoroughly, I guess. Yeah, well, I mean, this is the first time I've tried doing this using SQL map with a set of credentials. What are my commands again? Databases. I mean, we're already. Can we get a shell? MySQL shell command. Actually, no. SQL map. Okay, so what is it? What is the thing? SQL map cheat sheet. -- shell. Prompt for an interactive SQL map shell. Okay, let's give it a try. What? Invalid options provided. For example, what? Wait, oh, this is a... Oh no, this is an interactive SQL map thing. No, I want, what was it? OS shell? So this is system architecture. This is probably going to be 64-bit. Okay, so let's see. Looks like the binary file has not been written on the database under the underlying file system. Do you want to proceed anyway? Beware that the operating system takeover will fail. No output. Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. But it didn't work. Nmap turned 28 today. Happy birthday, Nmap. Yup. Nmap is getting up there. Okay, so I mean, what else could we do if we've got? I mean, I guess I could dump out the database. Okay, so I thought it would dump out a lot more. I guess we can switch databases. Okay, this is what happens when we dump out the entire MySQL. You want to store hashes in temporary file for... You want to crack them via dictionary attack. So what do you have? Okay. So Ronan, if you're out there, don't have too much more time for the box tonight. If you want to give me a subtle hint as to what the next thing is, I would really appreciate it. Okay, let's just get out of here. Try 32-bit. 32-bit? Frinosec asks, what box is this? It's Friends. Over on Vulnyx. So Vulnyx Friends. Friends, Ronan says only index.html. I mean, we've looked, we've done the enumeration on this thing. Or at least I think I did. So was this directory, where is it? Here? 2.3 medium, we looked for txt, php, html, and all that stuff. But we only found index.html. I mean, if we go to index.html, here, there's image.gif. Oh, you know what? We could also look for more GIFs. Because we know that there are GIF files in here. There's image.gif. Are there any other GIF images? I mean, I suppose we could also look for PNGs and other fun stuff. GIF, PNG, JPEG. Fernosec says, I'm not a fan of this step. I also checked the write-up. No worries, no worries. I'll probably check the if I don't get done with this tonight, I'll probably check the write-up later. Like I said, it's not a problem. It's not a problem looking at the write-up if you've tried your best to try to solve the box. And you know what? If you learn something by looking at the write-up, then you learn something by looking at the write-up. And it's a learning experience. Yeah, check just this step. Just this step. Not a fan of this step. Only index.html. I mean, could it be that there's some weird extensions? So HTML, PHP. When you fuzzed it, what domains came back? There weren't any. There weren't any domains. Okay, so try changing the word list. Okay, so PHP. What other PHP? I don't know. What was it? PHTML. So PHP compatible file extensions. PHP compatible file extensions. Okay, HTM, htaccess, inc. Okay, I've got a list of these things in one of my write-ups. Yeah, I've got a big list of them over here. So PHP, PHTML, all this stuff. I'll just copy this over. .php. I mean, it's all this stuff. Let's see if we can include them all. We got PHTML, PHP3, PHP4, PHP5, 7, PHPS, PHP8, Inc., and PHAR. What? Why is it giving me 403? Let's omit 403. Grep v 403. Okay. FairExpressor is better at digs directories and shows subdirectories too. I mean, I was using FairExpressor for a little while, but then I went back to a previous version of Kali Linux, and I didn't have it installed anymore, and I didn't want to bother. I didn't want to bother installing FairExpressor again. But I mean, I have no problem with FairExpressor. I've used it before. It's pretty good. .php. Let's see. Yeah, we got all this stuff in here. Let's see if any of it returns. Ronan says, some PHP can be only backend, but you can guess that they exist. Some PHP can only be backend, but you can guess it exists. I mean, guessing that it exists? Guessing that it exists. Hold on. Let's see. The page is here. Let's see. I mean, the write-up that I found was to do with the different perms between the web root and the Metallic folder, which you can't read or process from MySQL. There are different perms between the web root and the Metallic folder. Not sure if you got it, but I gotta go. No worries, no worries. This one is, it looks like it's kind of funny. So Edwin Seb says, yesterday it saved me by showing me a subdirectory which had important credentials, which GoBuster didn't, and saved my time. Yeah. So maybe we can include Beavis and Butthead on the list. I don't know. So we'll just... let's create a list with Beavis and Butthead. Okay, so Furnace 6, the Reddit that I found was to do with the different permissions between the web root and the Metallica folder. So what perms would we want in the web root to escalate to shell access? Can I tell you only this part? Yeah, go ahead and tell me. Go ahead and tell me. I don't think I'm going to get it. Okay, so... CTR backpace... CT control backspace. Oh, okay. So control... Oh, wow. That is much better, yeah. You can delete entire words. Thank you for letting me know about that. Frackery, that's great. Okay, so let's try that again. So control backspace. Awesome, yeah. Okay. So we're looking at custom txt. Okay, Ronan says, read the local index.php file from the SQL. What? Read the local index.php file from the SQL? That's kind of... Wow. Why did this come back? That's weird. Okay, so we're looking at... What was it? The Metallica directory, right? So var www.html. And how do you spell Metallica with the leet speak? Here. So index.php. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this step either, if this is the actual step. var www.html/metallica/index.php HTML. So we can read the HTML. How many years have we been doing this? We've been doing this for a while. Okay, read the local index.php file from the SQL. No Metallica. Wait, we've done this already. This is where we found the Metallica folder. Yeah, for more rock and roll, visit /Metallica. Furnace X, I think Ronan is on the previous step where you need the index.php page in the 5 years, 8 years. It's been a while. The step you're on where you just need to guess that the Metallica folder has write permissions. Write permissions? The Metallica folder has write permissions? Okay. Write permissions. Okay, so how do we... So PHP write file. This was something where we looked up over here. Now is it file read and write? So into out file. Okay, so if that's the case, then I'm not a fan of this at all. So we're going to write it into the out file in the Metallica directory. So var www.html var www.html Metallica. How do we spell that? And then we will call this webshell.php. Okay. Okay. I'm not a fan of this step at all. But you know what? Oh, it's okay. It's okay. We learned something. We might have write permissions over some folders but not others. We might have write permissions over some folders but not others. Okay, so web shell.php. Okay, so we've got code execution now. So if we have code execution, we should be able to... Ooh, okay, I'm going to give myself a maximum of 30 minutes to do the last part of the challenge. If I'm not able to get it within 30 minutes, I'm going to have to call it. Because I can't go super late with this stuff. Okay, we got code execution. Now we just need to... For NSXC, this would be good if there was some hint about read-write permissions on the folder, or if MySQL had a nice way to explore permissions instead of just guessing. That's true. That's true. Okay, so we can... I mean, we can upload... We can upload a file to this thing. Okay, let's create MSF Venom to create our reverse shell binary we'll use. Okay, and then afterwards we will host the file with Python HTTP server and then upload the thing. Is there wget? There is wget. Okay, so we can run it. Wget out file. Actually, we can just put it in the temp directory, can't we? Yeah. I'm pretty sure we've got wget out file temp directory. Actually, which directory are we in? We should be in the Metallica directory. Yeah, we're in the Metallica directory. We've got write permissions here, so we'll just wget from our box. Reverse.elf. Okay, so then it should be in here. Wait. It should be in here. Yeah, it's in here. We just need to give it the correct permissions. So chmod 777 and then run the darn thing. But before, Henky Ludwig, am I too late to join the live? We're probably going to be online for another, not too much longer. File not found. No, we did it. Wait, okay, remote access. Let's get out of here. Let's set up our reverse shell. Okay, so we're in. Okay, very soon. Okay, let's call in Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about all the fun things that we discovered to get to this point in the box. You know what? This is okay, because we learned a couple of things.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man is very tired because we were fooling around with MySQL for, I don't know, an hour, 2 hours. It was a really long time. But we managed to get SQL credentials to log in, and then we used those SQL permissions to write to a directory that was writable for some reason. And then we uploaded a reverse shell, which we turned into remote access. Maybe you knew about these vulnerabilities on your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk, and now, now we're in.
Furno Sex says, what's the bet that it's sudo L? Sudo L? Sudo L. Okay, so Beavis? Well, it is sudo L. Yay! It is sudo L. Batcat. Batcat? I've never heard of this before. Is Batcat just like bat? Is it like cat? What the heck is this thing? Man... Okay, okay. Batcat. So, I mean, we've got credentials. We've got credentials for Beavis and Butthead. These ones right here. So let's try becoming the Beavis user, and if not, then we'll try becoming the Butthead user. Okay, so... No? So that's not the Beavis user. How about the... What about the Butthead user? Like how less is better than more. Less is better than more. Batcat is cat but better. Cat but better? Cat but better. Alright, Butthead, we've got this password here. I'd be very disappointed if none of these passwords work. Yeah, so now we're Butthead. Okay. What? Butthead may run switch users as sudo? Woo! Now we're roots. Batcat is an actual command. Batcat is in GTFO bins. Batcat is in... okay, well, let's look it up. Truly a Prevesque moment. Batcat. What is this thing? Okay, let's ask the question. What is Linux Batcat? Bat is taken, so they pick packages of Batcat. So Batcat is an executable name for the bat command-like utility on Linux distributions. Bat is a modern, feature-rich alternative to traditional cat command. While cat primarily displays file contents and concatenates, bat enhances its functionality with several key features. So it's kind of like cat. Bat is great. Bat is great. You know what? I'll investigate Batcat some other time, but now we're root. Okay, so I'll lie here. Yeah. All right, let's do it.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, okay. So, I mean, the sudo rules let you pivot to Beavis anyway, right? Cat, but with syntax highlighting line numbers, okay. You're looking for the Nyan cat. Nyan cat. For no sec, it's to redeem Nyan cat, and then you will be root.txt. So I mean, there's root.txt. There's probably cat root.txt redirect to ired root.txt. So we created ired root.txt with the root account, which means we're finished. We're finished, everybody. Yay! All right, everybody. Now for a quick privilege as cat meow meow meow. This was a really weird box, but we did learn some stuff. The important thing is that we learned something. So there's the Metallica folder. And let's see. So we put these things on. There's only index.html and image.gif. Nyancat will be the official hacker song. You know what? Let me give you a hand for in a sec. Super annoying that var www.html is owned by www.data but doesn't have read, write, and executable permissions. Yeah, that's a good game for us, and let's talk about what we're going to be doing on the next stream. So this is the schedule for week 36. We just did Linux Mondays. Next one is Web App Wednesdays. So we're going to be going back to doing demonstrations for the NATA CTF labs. We're going to be doing Hack the Web, which is our favorite easy CTF game, and we're going to be doing some. We're going to be looking at file upload vulnerable code with the darn vulnerable web app. Glad you finished it today. Yeah, I'm happy to take hints because I don't think I would have gotten that without the hints. And the last thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing some web app SQL injection challenges over at Pico CTF. So everybody, that's going to be on Wednesday. It's going to be at the same time as today. Let's see if we can find some fun people to raid. Because, where are we? So, infosecstreams.com. I'm the only person on. Okay, that's pretty normal. Let me go over to Twitch to see if anybody I usually raid is on. Okay, we got Moohoodles. So Moohoodles is a... Let's see, should we raid Moohoodles? Yeah, okay. Let's raid Moohoodles. But before we do that, let's see what they're doing. Let's see what Moohoodles is doing. GoPro Slow Yo. Is GoPro streaming right now? GoPro is streaming? Let me check it out. GoPro. Not any hacking, just cooking. You know what? It's okay. Let's go ahead and raid into GoPro's channel. So GoPro is an OG as far as InfoSec streaming is concerned. And when you get to GoPro's channel, please give this raid message: OSFrog hip hop hack OSFrog, just like this. Okay, so everybody, we're gonna get ready to raid. How do you spell that? Go Pro Slow Yo. Okay, so everybody, let's go ahead and raid into GoPro stream. BlazeBits is hacking. Okay. Hold on. Why is BlazeBits not on? BlazeBits says... Wait, it says here for BlazeBits says that they're doing Helldivers 2. Hold on. Okay, let's cancel the raid. Oh, he's not. Okay. Anyways, there's nobody hacking right now. People are playing games and stuff. Anyways, let's raid into GoPro's channel. All right, everybody, 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.